And I wanted to take the opportunity to welcome you all to our pre-Halloween weekend commission meeting. Our church had a trunk or treat this weekend. We probably had 300 kids from the neighborhood come through. I think it probably because we didn't have anything last year. So for all of you who are getting out this weekend with your kids, be careful, have fun. It's probably going to be a lot of people knocking on your doors or whatever. So, but anyway, it was a fun weekend, but it just a lot of kids. We had to make several runs to the nearby store to pick up some more candy. Otherwise, we were going to be out. I also want to take the opportunity to thank Scott Goyer of the YMCA, who had a nice prayer breakfast, the mayor's prayer breakfast this morning. It was great. A lot of wonderful people there talking about different aspects and offering different prayers for different elements of our community. And the guest speaker was just wonderful. So it was a good way to start the day. Commissioner Seal, Commissioner Flowers will be here shortly. And with that, we will start with an invocation by Reverend Dr. Don Hager from Peace Memorial Clearwater, and then followed by Commissioner Long leading us in the pledge. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am grateful for the opportunity to be with you this afternoon. And if it is your practice, I invite you to join me in bowing our heads in prayer. Source of life, known to us in so many ways, we come before you this day grateful for the opportunity to serve your people. I ask your blessing upon the commissioners present and the deliberations that they are about to undertake. May your wisdom and discerning spirit guide their thoughts and discussions, that they are able to make the best decisions they can for the people of Pinellas County. Recognizing that the complex work they undertake can present opportunities for varied and sometimes opposing thoughts and opinions. We ask that the commissioners here be able to work together with mutual respect, even when there is honest disagreement among them. I offer thanks for the commitment and hard work offered by each commissioner, and pray that they know the esteem and gratitude of all those they serve. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Hager. Appreciate your being here this afternoon. Okay, we have one proclamation, and I'm going to come up there for this, so just bear with me. Okay. The proclamation is for Breast and Cervical Cancer Month, in just before the end of the month. And I'd like to have Valerie Lee from Public Health Services Manager of the Florida Department of Health, and her team, Lisa Field, Sharon Hagans, Imelda Nunez, to come up here if they would. And I saw Dr. Cho, come on up. Hi.
Hi, I'm Valerie Lee. Nice to meet you.
Okay, I'm going to, you all can go laying out here because we're going to get a picture or two in a little bit from up there. So obviously, breast cancer has affected many of us in many, many different ways, whether folks have suffered with the disease, family members who have been there as support for the members that have had the disease. There's just an awful lot of this going around, and even our First Lady, Casey DeSantis, was diagnosed earlier this month. So people from all walks of life are encountering this disease, and I just think it's affected us in so many different ways. Many of us have gotten that, or been a family member to somebody who's gotten that phone call that says there's an irregularity, please come back in. And then many of us have then, beyond that, been diagnosed with the disease and then had to fight through many struggles in the ensuing months and years. And so, again, a disease that has touched many of us in our families. So I'm going to read this proclamation and then turn it over to any of you who, Dr. Cho will speak. Okay. While considerable progress has been made in the fight against breast cancer, it remains the most frequently diagnosed type of non-skin cancer and the second leading cause of cancer deaths among women in Pinellas County. Breast cancer touches so many lives in Pinellas County, from one loved ones and friends to our neighbors and coworkers who have survived or who have lost their lives to breast cancer. Thanks to early detection and better treatments, mortality rates for breast cancer have decreased in the last decade. Knowing what may contribute to breast cancer, symptoms, diagnosis, and treatment are important in the case of prevention. And I think this past year and a half, we've been worried about people putting off testing for that, so hopefully people are getting back to the hospitals for that. Having affordable access to screenings and early detection for all women is an essential component in the fight against breast cancer. The state of Florida recognized the need to provide uninsured low-income women ages 50 to 64 with access to life-saving cancer screenings such as mammography and cervical cancer screenings through its breast and cervical cancer program. The Florida Department of Health and Pinellas County's BCCP completed 1,063 life-saving screenings in 2020 and was recognized as one of the state's top programs. During National Breast Cancer Awareness Month in October, we stand with our mothers, daughters, grandmothers, and friends in supporting their struggles with a breast cancer diagnosis, as well as recognizing the doctors, nurses, and other health professionals whose care and hard work gives hope to those living with breast cancer. So I will give this to you, Dr. Cho, and let's stand here for a picture from up there. Come on, right here. We'll line up this way and face. Yeah, let me get over here. So, okay. Thank you. Dr. Cho, yeah, absolutely.
Good afternoon, everybody, thank you for the support of the County Commission and the recognition of this very important topic. And as Commissioner Eggers mentioned, breast cancer is one of the most common cancers in women. In fact, nearly 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancers in their lifetime. And really during this time of this unprecedented pandemic, as you mentioned, a lot of the screening did go by the wayside, but I think it underscores the importance of going to see your doctor on a regular basis, making sure that you get those cancer screenings and recommended examinations. But again, I want to thank the County Commission. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Valerie Lee, our program manager for the BCC program.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Cho. The Breast and Cervical Cancer Program has been around for 30 years. We screen women 50 to 64 who are uninsured and a Pinellas County resident. I have the awesome pleasure, along with my staff, to make a difference in the lives of the women that we serve. So we ask that we continue to strive and look forward to serving other women, because early detection is the key. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Cho, and to ladies that were here for all the work you do for our residents. Okay. Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, this was the FDOT lights up the bridge for different causes, and this was the one for breast cancer awareness that they did. Beautiful. Okay. All right, we're going to move on to citizens to be heard. And I have a few here. So I am going to start with First up will be Terry Raftery, and then it'll be followed by Alexandria. I'm not sure what the last name here is, but welcome, Terry.
Hi.
Hello there. Yeah, go right ahead. You'll have to introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes. You don't have to do anything. Just
Okay.
speak right into that microphone.
My name is Terry Raftery. I live at 10891 Temple Avenue in Seminole, 33772. I've been a citizen of Seminole since 1994. I own my house free and clear. We have a very nice neighborhood over there. It's a couple blocks from the SPC College. This is my front porch. On October 7th of this year, my cat Cubby went missing. Here he was, nice cat, didn't know what happened to him. When he was 2 days old, my son brought him home from the beach, and I fed him with a little dropper. At that same time, my husband was suffering from throat cancer, and so every 4 hours, I was feeding the cat, doing my husband's feeding tube, and driving my son back and forth to Blessed Sacrament. There he is when he was little. Anyways, so I put a sign up in the neighborhood, only to find out there were several more signs all around the neighborhood. My dog, Sarah, the golden retriever, who's my husband's service dog, kept pulling and pulling and pulling by the neighbor's house. This is extremely graphic, so I want you guys to prepare yourself. This is what is left of my cat. He was laying on the porch. He only went out for a couple hours a night. And one paw. He is now buried in the front yard. You know, this is awful. Upon putting it on Nextdoor and on Facebook, I have found a friend of all. He liked the dogs. He loved everybody. I have found out that we have coyotes that are coming out during the day, and I went to the city, and the city told me to come here, and I was hoping maybe we could do something where we could relocate some of them and do something about this. Because if they're brave enough to come out during the day at midday, a couple blocks from the house here, we have a problem in the neighborhood. The mailman, Jerry, said that he thought there was a straggly German Shepherd the other day out in the middle of the streets, only to figure out that it was a coyote. Some lady down the block with a little dog said there was a couple coyotes that were following her, and I just worry. I know that my cat was supposed to be in the house, not on my front porch. I understand that. But I think that it's gone to a little bit farther than this because it's a little dangerous when they're running around in the middle of the afternoon. And code enforcement has been after one of the neighbors now because there's rats and stuff running amok. But I'm hoping that maybe the county could come up with something like a trapping or relocation, because I heard there's some problem in the North County also. And God help a little old lady walking to her garbage can at maybe 2 in the morning with a little kid, or God, you know, who knows what, and somebody else worse than just my little beloved kitty cat get killed. And so that's why I've come here today to ask on behalf of our family and my poor little cat to maybe get together and do something to relocate them. I know they've been there since '74, but they're overbreeding now, and there is a problem. And I think I got 1 second left.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. Appreciate that. It's a very, and I know you'll talk to our folks from Animal Control, it's a very complex deal. And they're just a difficult animal to do something with, and when you get rid of them, they multiply more to replace those who are gone, and it just becomes, we're just chasing it. Yes, you're right, we have a lot of them in North County, and we do our best to let people keep your cats inside, and you're right, they seem to go through cycles. Sometimes they're all over the place, and then sometimes you don't see them for a while, so they kind of move a little bit, But yeah, we're on the constant, and I'm so sorry that you lost your cat. I know they're near and dear to us, so I'm sure we'll have some more conversation with our folks over at Animal Control. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here today. Okay, Alexandria from on Ulmerton Road. Yes, sorry, I'm not getting your last name. I apologize. And then David Ballard Geddes Jr. after that.
No, you're fine. I do it every time. I think that I write, and I'm like nervous, so I'm like,
Yeah. Actually, it's very neat handwriting. I just am not making it, so go
and it's
ahead.
Julian. My name is Alexandria Julian. Hello, everyone. My family has owned and operated All About Puppies, a local pet store here in Pinellas County for 26 years now. We were made aware of the video that was kind of spread around to your offices, and we noticed the ordinance that was being suggested. We just wanted to come here and kind of introduce ourselves. We are here to be an ally to the community and kind of help educate on what we do and exactly what all goes into our business and our relationship with our breeders. The ordinance that has been suggested has been proven to be counterproductive, and it largely promotes the black market sale of pets. So it leads me to wonder why anyone who would claim to be an animal advocate would promote a prohibition when we know better now. I've had the pleasure of watching the developments that have been made within the commercial breeding community over the last 5 years, and I'm proud to be here today to shed some light on this. Despite what our opposition tries to program you to believe, our breeders are exceptional people. They've made it their purpose in their lives to care for the dogs and puppies and provide families across the country with years of happiness. After decades of experience, there isn't a single person more qualified to do what they do than them. I do understand that the video that was circulated was intended to kind of put us in a negative light and the breeders that we work with. So we're just here today to kind of open up a dialogue and see if there was anything that we could do to help explain a little bit further on what we do. Other than that, if you guys have any questions for me, we are here again just to kind of introduce ourselves, open up the conversation. And I had a lot more written down, but we're going to go ahead and send you an email with outlining kind of some of the things that were allegations that were leveled to our family and kind of fix those for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you for being here, Alexandria.
I appreciate it.
that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mhm. David Ballard Geddes Jr., and then Natalia Sanabria, of course.
Hi, good afternoon. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. Do I think my government is planning to use reclaimed water to spread an airborne disease such as cholera, Legionnaire's disease, typhoid, malaria, killing the civilian population and using the COVID virus as its scapegoat? Is water being assumed as a Second Amendment right, as a power of the earth, as written in the Declaration of Independence? Is the 14th Amendment aiding and abetting an invasion, an insurrection, using Hamilton's first Constitution as its medium, giving rise to water jurisdictions taking property and life of the civilian population claimed as process due? I find it odd that the Reclaimed Water Variance application states that the applicant literally owes their health, safety, and religion, as the variance works as an eminent domain contract taking civilian-owned property in Statute 15303, Section 5. Page 165 of Maloney's Water Code gives further reference to considering whether a person, as we relate to the object of water, amounts in legal significance to being property, and whether a governmental act in a taking thereof is a concept of due process. House Bill 639 confirms that my person is considered as its property. Executive Order 13406 further states to quiet title to property, to acquire abandoned property. The Interlocal Cooperation Act of 1969, Statute 16303, or 163.01, also makes reference to conveying abandoned property. Statute 163.3167, Section 11, in 2007 states that the land planning agencies shall serve as a clearinghouse, creating a vision of future growth management in articulating its jurisdiction. Federalist Paper number 2 uses the word vanquish. Federalist Paper number 23 states that the government ought to be clothed with such powers necessary to complete this execution. The Declaration of Independence further states that such political powers are to be protected from punishment by a mock trial for the murders that they should commit upon the inhabitants of these states. So do I think that the COVID virus is being used as a decoy, a diversion, or as a scapegoat for a future pandemic? I do. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Natalia Sanabria, and then Kaylin Nielsen. Hi, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Natalia Sanabria.
Natalia, bring that microphone down to you. There you go, so we can hear you.
Sorry.
No problem.
Hi, my name is Natalia Sanabria. I actually work at the All About Puppies here in Largo. I've been there for 5 years now, so it's been a great place to work. Currently, I am up here because I felt obligated as an animal advocate to be, in attendance and speaking on such an issue because I know the proposed plan and everything like that. Currently, places that citizens get domestic pets aside from pet stores include shelters, rescues, online sources, and home breeders, all of which aren't regulated by any state or federal legislation. The most consumer and animal protection in place to date is for pets obtained from pet stores. So that's pretty much why I'm here. In the past 2 years, there have been a dozen Florida-based rescues that have been shut down due to basically just neglect. They've had multiple dogs in cages stacked upon like 3 rows, animals found that were in such awful conditions. They were losing limbs, eyes, everything like that. There was one that was in Lake Butler. 70 dogs and cats were found in unsanitary conditions, and it was referred to as the most egregious case. So with that, these people are providing dogs to the public, and yet our opposition supports the adoption of these rescue dogs. Does it not negate their animal welfare concerns? Ordinances like the one that they are suggesting to do does not address any entities operating under these terms. And the big question is why? How would banning the only regulated entity and requiring constituents to only get their animals from unregulated sources help consumers in any kind of way? Before I go, I provided you with a handout, which we're going to give. It says more than any words can. The pictures you see will be of like shelters and, or not shelters, but rescues and of these kinds of conditions and everything like that. Now, after seeing pictures and stuff like that, and asked you to support a complete ban of rescue groups, would you not even for a moment consider it? I know I would, and that's why I understand the knee-jerk reaction to support this type of ordinance considering the video that you have received. You're shown photos of bad breeders and want to protect your community and its pets within it. But here's the thing, I would never ask you to ban rescues because I, like you, know there are outstanding rescue organizations out there, and we as a society should never look to punish all because of the actions of a few. Adopting ordinances like the one they are suggesting won't save or benefit a single consumer or animal. It doesn't address the right sources to do so. There's good and bad in everything, and those of us with true intentions to protect animals need to work together to develop a better alternative for our furry friends. They truly deserve it. And that is it. So thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. Okay, Kaylin Nielsen, and then Savannah Finley. Hi, Kaylin. Welcome.
Hi. I'm here to discuss illegal pet importation. It is an animal welfare concern of our time. The importation of foreign animals is a major health and safety risk for people and animals alike. Animals are being imported with falsified documents, some arriving sick, and many dead. These animals bring in foreign diseases like skin infections such as MRSA, brucellosis, and rabies, which has been imported on multiple occasions since 2015. Most recently, a rescue organization imported and adopted out a rabid dog. This then launched a multi-state investigation. Later, it was found that the rabies vaccination certificates were fraudulent. The alarming part is, according to the CDC, 1.06 million dogs are imported into the U.S. annually. But these are just the animals that go through customs. Unfortunately, there are many more ways to smuggle these animals without detection. So why are rescues importing more animals, while simultaneously crying tears for the dogs in our shelter system that are euthanized every year? According to illegal pet imports uncovered by the CDC, The motives behind illegal puppy importation are not immediately obvious. However, a closer look reveals a big business driven by profit at the expense of the health and welfare of the underage puppies. The suggestion, as I see it, is to ban the retail sale of dogs and cats to somehow affect irresponsible breeders. But in the same breath, our opposition supports irresponsible breeders from other countries. And somehow they want you to believe that they have the animals and community's welfare in mind. Note the organizations involved in importing these foreign rescue dogs are strong proponents to these types of ordinances. Their involvement in meeting the demand for companion animals puts them in direct competition with retail stores. They have an invested interest in passing these ordinances because they will benefit. Not too long ago, during the peak of the pandemic, the shelters were empty. We faced a massive dog shortage. During this time, stores were still open, still providing animals to the public. The only major shift was the rescue's inability to outsource dogs from other countries as a ban on importation was imposed. So I ask you to question, are they really doing this to protect animals, or is it all a way to distract you from what is really going on? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Savannah Finley, and then Greg Pound. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Savannah Finley. I live in Hillsborough County. Your offices received a deceptive video from animal activists outlining what they claim to be representation of Pinnell's pet stores and the breeders that they work with. So I provided you all with handouts addressing all these claims. CAPS cherry-picked the details that aligned with their agenda and purposely omitted important information rather than providing you with the whole picture. Even though accurate and current data is readily available to anyone with internet access. So let's review. 1, All About Puppies purchases their puppies from Pinnacle Pet. We quite literally do not. This is public record. These documents are routinely requested from animal rights organizations, so they're 100% aware of the fact that we haven't been affiliated with Pinnacle Pet since 2017. 2, breeding dogs are bred at every heat cycle. Opinions are relevant on this matter. Dogs that are in breeding programs are under veterinary supervision. The attending veterinarian establishes when it is appropriate for the animals to be bred. In addition, an animal in poor health or in danger is considered to be a violation under state and federal breeding laws. This is just a good example of animal rights organizations projecting their human emotions onto dogs. 3, a clip implied that All About Puppies does not visit their breeders. The clip in question was obtained in 2015, information easily found on the CAPS website, so this is nearly 7 years old. I provided photos of our visit with Sandra and her husband in 2019, as well as a testimony from Sandra herself explaining that the footage shown was doctored in an attempt to lead you to believe a conversation took place when it, in fact, did not. 4, 10-year-old photos were used as a representation of current practices of standard of care for our mom and dad dogs. These photos are extremely outdated and are just a testament of how far the industry has come in just 1 decade. I provided you with photos of Laura Lee's current facility. And side note, inspectors only take photos when a violation is present, meaning even 10 years ago, the conditions photographed were not up to USDA's code. 5, finally, although the head counts are not current, their goal is to imply that the dogs aren't provided adequate care for the number that they have. They fail to mention the dedicated full-time staff, the attending vets that regularly care for these dogs, and the fact that they are maintaining compliance with the same regulations that exist for breeders with as few as 4 mothers. Obviously, we are restricted on time, so I'm only touching on a few things to show you that this topic definitely warrants more research. It's clear this video is nothing more than a poorly constructed propaganda attempting to manipulate you and to force their flawed ideology on this commission. Don't confuse my being here with the need to defend what we do and who we are. You know who we are. This presentation was intended to expose these organizations for their moral schemes. Thanks.
Thank you. Greg Pound, and then Mac Johnson.
Greg Pound, Largo, Pinellas County. Psalms 9:17 says, "The wicked shall be destroyed, and the nation that turns its back on God." And I want to bring up the issue of the breast cancer issue. And it's a sad situation when we don't get the truth, where we have people who study science And they've discovered that the birth control is the #1 cause of breast cancer. Now, I was looking at the global demographics. Out of 31 countries in Europe of white people, there's only 1.3 on the global demographics. And if you don't have more than 2.4, the people can't reproduce themselves. So out of all of Europe, 31 countries, Canada is 1.5, the US is 1.6, that we as a people can't even reproduce ourselves because we've gotten into a death culture. We call this now like Islam calls it. I don't agree with Islam and Muhammad and all his wives and his little Aisha. But I believe in Jesus Christ, the Savior of the world. That's what we built our country on, truth and justice and righteousness. And what we have become now as a people and a nation is just unbelievable. You just can't make it up. Proverbs 14:1 says, a wise woman builds her house, but the foolish one tears it down with her own hands. And we see that now our families, the home builders were the mothers. I had a mother, had eight in our family. And my mother didn't leave the house for money. She didn't leave the house and her children to go out and get things or get on birth control in order to get houses and cars and all the junk that we have, that we see we're living for in America. So I just want you to see that out of all the people on the planet Earth, if you look at the global demographics, the white culture is the one that's being wiped off the earth. Not the black culture, not any other culture. You can kill all the black people in America. In Africa, they're going to have 1 billion people like China, India. They have, and I mean, it's the white people that are under judgment in Europe, Canada, and America. And if you don't see why, if our leadership doesn't wake up and see what we've done in the school system, your court system has raped the family, you've empowered the women to be the men, your goal now is to turn the men into women, the women into men. We got nothing but massive corruption, fraud, and just lying to the people. I mean, you look at our young people, we've never seen such a mess. We've got this drug problem, and all our young people, that's all they want is drugs. I mean, we have a saying, there's no high like the Most High, but you've taken God out of the school. You've taken the creator of everything that bless this country. And it's been the white people. And that's why we're under judgment. And our leaders, we need leaders, true leaders who love people and love the truth. Not pushing, not a bunch of people say, you know, abort your babies, don't have any babies, hate families, destroy the men.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mac Johnson, and then Tony Williams. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to everybody. Thanks so much again for this beautiful setting to where we can come and state things that's on our heart and our mind. And I often enjoy having the privilege of sharing with my fellow brothers and sisters in the sense that we're here together and we're to work together. And it's so exciting seeing so many people being so concerned about others. I remember when I was a kid, I didn't have a dad kind of raising me. I had mom. She did the best she could. But in spite of all she did, I didn't seem to understand what life was really about. So all of a sudden, a door opened, and I had the privilege to go into the Marine Corps. And boy, I thought, sure, once I got in the Marine Corps, I'd get a chance to understand what real life was. But I want to tell you, I went in the Marine Corps, and I had the privilege of going to Vietnam back in the day. And the result of my experience, I left Vietnam, and I said, you know what? It ain't no God out here. Ain't no way there's a God. And so, of course, I came back to the country with that kind of mindset, and the result was, you know what? I literally threw my life away. But in the midst of all that, God arranged some things to speak to me, and I found out what life was about. A young lady asked me yesterday, she said, man, I'm not sure what life's about. What is life about? I mean, you see all the stuff that we do, all the things we get into, all the possessions that we have that have come. And like in a lot of ways, all we see is mankind putting it all together. But really, I told her, I said, listen, life is about God. And she said, what? Yeah. And there's one way that God has for us to be a part of life. His name is Jesus Christ. I met him about 50 years ago, and he's been a part of me ever since. And today, I get a chance to really, you know, share with people what life's about. Listen, in the Word, it says here in Ephesians 5:17, Therefore, do not be unwise, but understand what the will of the Lord is. What's the will of God? What is it? God said to Joshua, meditate therein, day in and day out, until you learn to do according to what my word says. God says, I honor my word above a name. And all I wanted to say to us today is, listen, life's about God. You don't get to God by being religious or being righteous or being holy and endowed. You get with God one way. His name is Jesus Christ. You receive him, God receive you. In Jesus' name, have a great day, everybody. And we love you so much. And again, it's just like God's love. He loves you so much, he's not going to give up on a lot of us until we get saved. God bless you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mac. Okay, and then Tony Williams. Hi, Tony. Welcome.
Thank you for your service as well.
Yeah.
How you doing? How you doing, everyone? My name is Ellsworth Williams. I go by Tony. If you call my house and you say Ellsworth, I know you're a bill collector, and I will quickly switch to Spanish. So I'm here actually as a debut. I'm president and CEO for Veterans Council and Veterans, and I just recently have a guide assignment moved to St. Pete, and I wanted to introduce myself. Some here already know me. I know I've already had a relationship with Dave a couple years ago. I appreciate you being one of our speakers at our event, Dave. I appreciate that. What I want to really talk about, so I only got 3 minutes, I really want to talk about Veterans Council Veteran. We're focused on now is I want to talk about tomorrow, not yesterday. We're focusing on women veterans, and we're focused on the families of veterans. And why? Well, right now, Florida is number 2 in the nation when it comes to women veterans. And Pinellas County has over 86,000 veterans, 20% of them are women. And Hillsborough, which I'm known well in Hillsborough, got 98,000. So there's a whole bunch of women veterans who are probably not being served correctly for whatever reason. I'm part of I've attended, the governor stood up a women veterans fact-finding task force, and they're going all over the state. And I was personally invited to a couple of them. So we need to keep an eye on women veterans. I'm going to go to Tallahassee to pitch that. But also the families. Oftentimes, they said in the military, if the military wants you to have a family, he would have issued one. I think we almost have that same kind of thought today, because I see all the energy is going to the veteran, but very little energy going to the family. So if that veteran has been diagnosed with some kind of service-connected disability, with mental health, guess who's suffering? That veteran has PTSD, suicide, depression, substance abuse, guess who's suffering? Well, Veterans Council Veterans, I'm a military person, so I'm always about stepping up and going to the plate. I need you guys' help as far as doing that. I want you to know that Veterans Council Veterans, we're having a mastermind right now. We speak 5 women veterans who are counselors, and we're going to create products next year for families of veterans called PTSD in the family, suicide in the family, MST in the family. So I need your support as far as that. I just want to make sure that we knew that we're here to help you guys out. And I don't know who's the champion for the county when it comes to veterans, but I'd like to know who that is. And I'm Tony Williams from Ellsworth Williams, and I'm out. Thanks.
Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it. Yep. Leave that over here, and that'd be perfect. Thanks, Tony. Thanks for all you're doing for our vets.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay. Did we have any additional cards, or is that it? Is that all? Is that all? Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to the consent agenda, and we have several items, and I'm going to announce a couple of them, just to have them for folks that might be listening in. Under Economic Development, there's ratification of the County Administrator's approval of an amended grant application to U.S. Economic Development Administration for an additional grant of $3.8 million to fund a portion of the design, construction, and equipping of the Tampa Bay Innovation Center Incubator. That's item 10 under Economic Development. Under Public Works, number 11, a ranking of firms and agreement with Pannoni Associates for preliminary engineering, planning, and environmental services pertaining to the Complete Streets project of 54th Avenue North from 49th Street North to 34th Street North. $538,000 and change for engineering services and for a preliminary engineering report. Item 12 under Public Works, ratification of County Administrator's approval of the cooperative agreement with the Federal Highway Administration for the Advanced Transportation and Congestion Management Technologies Deployment Program for Pinellas Connected Community Project. This is one for US 19 and State Road 60 corridors. It's a $10,911,000 number, $4,600,000 from the feds, and $6.2 million from our 9-cent fuel tax. And then finally, under utilities, ratification for county administrator's approval of the Resilient Florida grant application with the Florida Department of Revenue. The state ask is for $38,401,000 grant, of which we're matching $23,449,000. So it's a large grant application for some funds. With that said, do I have a motion for approval for the consent?
Oh, hold on.
Yep.
I'd like to pull number 11.
Oh, excuse me, Chuck. Okay, we'll pull number 11. So a motion, yes.
And I'm sure that this was discussed, and I had mentioned it to Barry when I talked to him on the phone. The ATMS project, as well as the resiliency, I'm all in favor of doing the grants. I just would like to have a better presentation and knowledge about exactly what we're going to do with these grant monies.
You want it today?
We don't have to do it today.
That's fine.
But I'd like to have a better clue as to what exactly the, especially the traffic control, new software, what all that's going to do.
If it's okay, I'll just have a staff report, and we can send you a staff report regarding the details of the project, of each project. Is that okay? Or do you want a presentation?
Do you have somebody here that can talk briefly to number, this is number 12, right?
Is Kelly here? And Tom's here, so, yeah. We
Okay,
have staff
so
here. Staff here.
let's pull number 11 that Commissioner Justice asked for, and we'll pull number 12. And did you want to pull 13 as well?
I guess I'm just trying to figure out, utilities building, hardening. Again, I know we need to do some of this with resiliency, but, what does it mean? Are we going to put in new windows? Are we going to rebuild
Yes.
to category 5?
We have staff here.
Okay, we'll pull number 13 as well.
Okay.
11, 12, and 13 will be pulled. We had a motion by Commissioner Long on the balance of the consent. Do we have a second? Second from Commissioner Justice. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. And now we'll address number 11, Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We talked briefly about this on Thursday. I just wanted to get an update of where we were at in the process so I fully understood as we're going into the design phase so the public understands where we are on a timeline.
Kelly has a great explanation of that. She sent it to me this morning because we thought there might be questions.
All right, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. With regard to this project, the preliminary engineering report is 1 year. You may recall in 2018, there was some conceptual complete streets discussions as part of the Linking Lillman activities. No consensus really came out of that, just a lot of ideas and a lot of areas where they thought concerns, should be addressed. That, information has been folded into this so that the consultant has it. And really what we're going to do here is we are going to look at a variety of alternatives. I do want to clarify that, sometimes people hear the word complete streets, and all of a sudden, the first thing that comes to mind is we're a lane diet or a lane elimination, and that is not the case. What we're doing is we're looking at all the alternatives, including don't do anything, and all the different iterations of that, so that we can bring forth that to the public and make the best recommendation for what the preferred alternative should be. So the community will get to see a wide variety of examples. A lane diet might be, or lane elimination may be one of them. Road expansion could be another. Again, the no-build alternative is also in there, as well as some others. So all of that will be brought to the public, for their consideration in this process. We have a strong public outreach component to this from both the consultant kind of supporting the county, and the county will be actually leading those efforts with the community. The other piece is that we wanted to make sure that the traffic evaluation is connected to the 62nd Avenue. Obviously, those corridors are very important. The traffic consultant that is a sub on this proposed project is the prime on 62nd Avenue. So those traffic analyses will be done together, and the data will be used from both to support the other, so that we make sure we have a really good look at what the traffic is. It's projected out to be in 2045.
Very good, thank you. Some of those conceptual renderings from a few years ago are still floating around, and at least one of them scares the heck out of some folks. So that's why I wanted to make sure I was on the same page with you on our timeline and what we were doing. And I think hearing that connection to 62nd is even better, considering the Amazon distribution center going there, and then how it will connect through the side streets and 58th as well. So I appreciate the explanation.
Yeah. And we did have a very good conversation with a consultant about Amazon today, and got some really great feedback. Their peak times are actually 9 a.m. and 10 p.m., so kind of outside the normal peak times. Additionally, they have 3 employee shifts, none of which correspond to peak travel times. So it did not, based on the data that was provided from Amazon's consultants, we really did not see any issues with that affecting congestion or anything. So that was good news to hear this morning. And again, just a very, very strong commitment to the community that there is no perceived outcome here.
Very
at
good.
all.
Move approval.
Okay, you have a motion and a second by Commissioner Seal. Any other questions? Okay, did you get that, Kat, on the motion second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 12, Commissioner Seal. I think you explained it a little bit, but.
Yeah.
Yes, I just, having been the proponent and bringing this technology originally many, many years ago to Pinellas County, US 19 and State Road 60 were innovative technology way back then. And, we were the test bed, if you all don't know that, for part of the United States for these technologies. And they probably haven't worked as well as we would like. So I'd like to understand what the difference of what we're putting into place now is going to be, and whether it will finally improve State Road 60.
All right. Thanks.
Tom
Washburn,
yeah.
Division Director of Public
Welcome,
Works
Tom.
Transportation. Thank you.
Good to have you here.
Yeah, this is the ATC MTD grant is a grant through the Federal Highway Administration. It's intended to build upon large-scale pilot connected vehicle technologies. So last year or 2 years ago on US 19, we worked with DOT and started what we called a SPAT challenge, where we put some detection units along the side of US 19, which communicated with vehicles and provided them with signal phasing and timing information for the signals that were upcoming. This project is intended to build upon that to cover the rest of US 19 down to the south, the entire section of State Road 60, and also McMullen Booth Road. And what we've proposed is several different types of detection technologies, one for each of the corridors, again, to help FHWA evaluate the technologies, see how it's performing, seeing if it's determining if it is meeting the requirements of the connected vehicle platform, the smart cities technologies, and to see how it communicates with our system and make sure it works with the system that we've got in place. Specifically, we're looking.
So are we getting new software or to go along with this, or are we using what we've had previously?
Yeah, our intention is to use the software that we have. We're just right now in the process of updating our central software to an Econolite platform. So the goal is to make sure that what we implement works with our system, or if there is additional software, that it communicates seamlessly with what we have. Different types of roadside detectors to see what performs the best. The focus for this project for us is pedestrian and bicycle safety, communicating through the smartphone apps, real-time information for vehicles to let them know if there's a pedestrian that's intending to cross, for pedestrians to let them know that vehicles are approaching. Same thing with bicyclists. So it's again, exploring that connected vehicle technology on a larger platform. There are monthly meetings with FHWA with all the grant applicants over the years. They call it a cohorts meeting, where we get together on a monthly basis, and each of the agencies talks about their projects, talks about what's going right, talks about the challenges that they're having. But again, this is the FHWA to really build upon a standard type of connected vehicle technology moving forward.
Okay. So not to be concerned, but I am. I was in a parking lot one day, and a bicyclist was looking at a smartphone and totally ignores me and flips over my car. So are we going to be encouraging bicyclists and pedestrians to be looking at their smartphones all the time?
No, not at all.
I mean, how is that going to work?
If you're familiar, I don't know if you're familiar with Google Maps or Waze
Yes.
for travel. A lot of that is verbal communication, so the intention is not to have anybody looking down at their phone, but it's to provide that real-time information. You know, if you're using the Waze, if you're familiar with that, if you're driving along, it'll tell you that there is a road on the side or a car on the side of the road up ahead. It's a verbal command. You don't look down at your phone. It's not intended to have you, it's not intended to distract anybody from what they're supposed to be doing.
So same thing, when they're notified in the car, it'll be done verbally?
Correct.
Okay. The technology is so interesting. I'm just worried about all of it, you know, coming in.
Yeah, and that's really the purpose of this program that FHWA has set up, is to address those type of issues and to identify them.
And then with all of these vehicle detection units, will this then make the traffic signal system work more consistently by telling where the vehicles are, the speeds, you know?
That's another component, is to address the congestion, absolutely.
And then how are we testing it? How are we proving whether it is effective or not?
There are reporting mechanisms, so obviously before and after studies. We'll be monitoring crashes before and after crash data. We'll be looking at response type information. How responsive is the information getting to the person that needs it, and are they able to make adjustments in their travel pattern appropriately?
Any other communities getting this kind of technology or already have it?
Hillsborough County they're applying for a grant next year. FDOT currently has a grant, the same grant. They're working on interstate connected vehicle technology. We did provide a letter of support for Hillsborough County. We will be a partner with them. This particular grant, we're partners with PSTA, FDOT, Forward Pinellas, City of Clearwater, City of St. Pete.
But any other communities in the United States already doing this?
In some form or fashion, yeah. The FHWA has had this program for years, so there are deployments, and I can get you specifically the information, but there are deployments across the country.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Tom, while I've got you here, when we see areas like I was traveling on Alt 19 at Curlew and Alt 19 at Tampa Road, and the backup, and then we're not in season yet, and it wasn't during rush hour, and the traffic at Curlew was backed up all the way to Michigan. That's beyond a light and further. So that wasn't season. It wasn't. What are we doing? I mean, I know we're going to have we're looking at a new intersection there to help with the safety getting through that intersection. But what kind of things can we bring to bear for that kind of traffic issue? I really don't know what we can do. It's just horrible. And people are waiting probably 4, 5, 6 cycles to get through a light midday.
Yeah. In general, the reason we started the system in the first place was to have sensors and detection that would feed back to our traffic control center, provide us the information. So on those corridors that we have the ATMS system, we do get that feedback when their congestion starts to occur. There are ways to set up the system so that if it's abnormal congestion, we'll get an alert. Our operators will get an alert. Helps us identify if there might be a crash, if there might just be some congestion, if there might be something going on with the signal that we need to address. These systems are very sensitive to the detection, and so we spend a lot of our effort and a lot of our time making sure the detection continues to work. Our CCTV cameras, the detection that we have in the road for the vehicles, significant effort.
Well, please take a look at those two, because that's just getting out of hand.
I've got some information for you on Alt 19 and Curlew.
Yeah. Alt 19, Curlew.
Yep.
Back up, south and northbound, depending on what time of the day you are. But it's, again, Go ahead, Commissioner.
I was just going to say, if we're going to sit here in the county commission meeting and talk to Tom about some of the congestion that we're experiencing ourselves on the highway or that we see. I've got about 6 intersections I'd really like to get on your radar about
Good.
that are, absolutely just horrific and accidents waiting to happen.
Yeah. Well, I think we're talking about technology here. We're talking
Yeah.
about ways to move traffic and move it safer. And we've got problems all over the place, and I just wanted to make sure that he's aware. The system is not calling our central location to tell them we've got problems here and leave the light on longer.
Obviously.
So, because it's really out of control.
I
But,
agree with David.
And when you have those locations, please send them my
Yeah,
way. Please
yeah.
send them our way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Amen.
Thank you.
I'll be right on it.
Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. Do I have a motion on item 12?
Move to approve.
Second from Commissioner Gerard. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 13, Commissioner Seal. Oh, I think you introduced that also. And
Specifics is, are we talking, when we built out at Drew Street in 19, we obviously hardened the walls, but what are we talking about here that we're thinking about doing on these specific projects, just generally?
Yeah.
Sure, and I can give a little bit of background on the actual grant program, if you'd like.
Yep.
But, so the Resilient Florida Grant Program, it's one of the first of its kind. It was $640 million, a statewide program, and really it was aimed to support efforts to ensure state and local communities are prepared to deal with the impacts of sea level rise and intensified storms and flooding. So the bill was signed into law in May of this year, and DEP opened the grant portal in July 1st of this year. And so part of this program, which is the projects that we're applying for, is $500 million in ARPA funds, specifically to fund infrastructure projects within the water resources area. So that's where these projects came from. 4 of the 5 projects are in our capital budget, so they are planned projects. The one that is not in our budget is the mobile home park upgrades, because those are private systems. So we're looking for funds for those. Specifically, the utilities building hardening project is going to address multiple facilities. We had done a wind classification study a few years ago on all of our facilities as a result of Irma, just to understand what category our buildings were under. The majority of our utilities buildings didn't have any category associated with them, so we really didn't know what they could withstand. And we found some pretty significant vulnerabilities there. Some buildings that, for example, our water quality building that could not even withstand a Category 2 storm. So we're looking at Logan Laboratory. That will be a brand new laboratory facility because it was deemed just inadequate to even be able to do any upgrades to the existing building. The South Cross Bayou Water Reclamation Facility Operations Support Center, the dewatering building there, and the Education Center, as well as the General Maintenance Division Operations Center, which is where our Utility Operations Center is hosted out of. Those buildings will be hardened. So yes, a lot of them will receive new windows. They're looking at actually implementing structural upgrades to the walls. So they're looking at each building individually to determine the specific needs that need to happen at those facilities. The other projects, specifically the Pinellas Park Interceptor, that is an SSO mitigation project. So Pinellas Park, as you know, is a wholesale sewer customer, and all of their flows come in through this interceptor. And traditionally, it's been a hotspot for SSOs. So we are implementing a project to build a pressurized force main from Pinellas Park to the facility and eliminate that SSO. The Dunn electrical upgrades, again, an engineering study was done as a result of Irma that showed that facility lost power after Irma, and so a study showed that the electrical systems weren't providing the Class 1 reliability that is required. So that is that project. Pump station generators, pretty self-explanatory. We're trying to implement backup power to all of our lift stations. So this will address a number of lift stations in terms of backup power. And I think you're all somewhat familiar with the mobile home park wastewater collection systems. 15 mobile home parks in the South County service area were identified to upgrade those systems because they are contributing to significant flows into the sewer system during rain events. Okay?
SSO. Tell me what.
Sanitary sewer overflow. It's when raw sewage
Yeah.
overflows in our system.
Well, we have
Yeah.
a major issue in the Pinellas Park area.
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Any other questions for Megan? Yes.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not really a question, just want to be, I was glad that you clarified that these were all in our normal plan anyway. It's always good to go after grant money. I think we should always go after grant money, but we don't want it to be the dictator of our plan, so I appreciate that info.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Justice. That was sort of where I was going.
Yeah,
Was
we-
because
and
it
we-
was like, oh, are we now looking at $23.5 million we have to budget? Thank you, Megan.
And again, Megan, I think one of the things that we've heard from some residents about our utility rates, especially on the sewer side, going up significantly, but we're doing an awful lot of capital projects. And some of these, I'm assuming, fall into that enterprise fund.
Yes, they do, and that's a good point because this grant, the Resilient Florida grant, was one of the first that offered a significant amount of money towards wastewater systems. You know, we don't typically see that, so we really did want to take advantage of any monies that we could get to help support those systems.
Yeah, so just as another point for another time, but in our rate calculations, we don't assume any of the outside funding. Is that right, that we get from grants?
Not at this time. Our last rate study didn't assume that because we hadn't obtained those grants.
Right.
But we'll be initiating another rate study, and if these grants are awarded, that will all be taken into account at that time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Megan? We're good, thank you.
All right.
Do I have a motion for item 13? Commissioner Gerard on the motion. Second. Commissioner Justice on the second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, moving on to our regular agenda. First up, under County Administrator Departments, we have item 15, which is Administrative Services. It's the First Amendment to the agreement with commercial landscape professionals doing business as Trimac Outdoor for landscape and irrigation maintenance services.
This is basically to reduce part of a contract where they can meet their performance requirements, and we'll be shifting those to other contracts.
For less money.
About the same amount. Yeah, same rate.
Same amount of money?
Same
total
amount.
overall?
They're just having a hard time, that contract's having a hard time meeting the performance requirements.
Joe Laura with Administrative Services. There's actually a slight savings going to the other contractor. Both these firms are 1 and 2 in the bid process. So like Barry said, we're reducing the contract because they're having trouble from a staffing perspective. Not a bad contractor, they just can't meet the requirements.
Right. So get somebody else, and all for about the same money for
Yeah,
us.
it's actually slightly less.
Okay.
And I could furnish that. I just don't
Okay,
have it
that's fine.
with me. Yep. Yeah.
What's that, Joe? Okay, any questions on that? Okay, thank you. Okay. Do I have a motion? Motion by Commissioner Justice, second by Commissioner Gerard. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 16, under Airport, change order number 4, which is the final one with Ajax Paving Industry for the Runway 1836 rehab project located at the St. Pete Clearwater International Airport. Motion by Commissioner Justice, second by Commissioner Peters. Go ahead, Barry. Did you have anything?
Oh, if they're good, I'm good.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I think this is the
was
fourth.
adding,
yeah.
this was additional work that we requested as part of that project, and this is the final closeout item.
Yeah, I think we've had 4 change orders. The major ones are additional work that we brought up. Is that right, Barry?
That's correct.
And there's very little additions from the contractor on a $23 million contract, which is pretty impressive. Commissioner Seal, did you have a question?
I guess what I'm puzzled about is, you read the agenda item, and it's to mitigate surface irregularities in the safety area and use a material transfer vehicle for asphalt placement. Well, why wasn't that identified originally?
Tom, come on up.
I mean, some of these seem like they should have been,
Well,
I mean, especially if it's a,
yeah. We don't want a bridge, like.
lumpy surface.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Tom Dewsbury, Airport Director. The area in question was actually not on the asphalt. It was off the pavement surface in the safety area. That's an area that needs to be graded should an aircraft go off the pavement surface, and that's what they're referring to in the irregularities.
Well, I understand that, but why wasn't identified in the beginning? I mean, obviously, you're looking at,
Yeah, well, the time the project was designed was almost 3 years ago, so this conditions have changed as far as the grass area, whether it's ruts that are caused from vehicles or other depressions.
Okay. Any other questions for Tom? Yes, Commissioner Peters.
I don't have a question, but as long as you're here.
Sure.
I travel in and out of that airport quite often, and I'm just so happy. You guys are doing a great job. You managed really well through COVID and keeping people safe, and I think you did a great job. And I love that we can get off the airplane and go through, not have to go down on the tarmac and walk in the heat and the rain and the elements. It's wonderful. So I just wanted to say congratulations. You're doing a great job. Thank you so much.
We've got a great team. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Peters. Any other questions? Okay, I have a motion, please, for this $186,000 change order. Motion by Commissioner Long. Did you, Commissioner Peters on the second? All in favor, say aye. Did we already do it? Oh, sorry. Let me stop. Commissioner Justice had the motion, and Commissioner, who had the second? All right. Boy, I think we're like towards the end of the meeting here. It's just like starting, so I apologize. So the motion was Commissioner Justice, second by Commissioner Peters. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Thank you all for bearing with me. Item 17 under Economic Development, resolution expressing support of Project C-107-154-4713 as a qualified applicant for an economic development ad valorem tax exemption. And
This is an exciting project. It's a Fortune 500 company that's relocating their entire operation from New York. As you can see in your bullets, I mean, they're willing to invest in our company or in our local location. St. Pete EDC did take the lead on this. No JP's out here. You know, and I think the big thing to note is that this is on the improvements to the facility, not on the current base. And so that's what qualifies under the tax exemption and seeking your approval for this.
So we have a 150,000 square foot building, $10 million of real property improvements, 6,500 intangible property. What's the value of the building now? I mean, what kind of building value do we have that we're adding to? So in other words, the base value we're still going to get taxes on. It's these improvements. So I'm trying to understand what that value of the existing property would be.
Okay, Suzanne's on her way up.
Hi, Suzanne Christman. I'm the Director of the Business Development Team in the Economic Development Department. So to your question, the current taxes paid on that existing building are approximately $146,000 per year. So that will always continue. Nothing will change there. The estimate, based on our preliminary numbers right now, is that the incremental value would go up to about $80,000 a year.
Additional 80?
So additional.
For the property tax and tangible, both?
Yes.
The combined would be additional
correct.
80?
So but that's based on our, just
Right.
estimated numbers.
Right. So the 146 will continue?
Correct.
That'll continue coming to?
That will always
yeah.
continue. It's only the difference that the tax exemption would be based on.
And that's for 10 years?
Well, we will negotiate that once
Okay.
we have the final numbers,
And
the
that's-
term and the number of years and the percentage.
And the company will create, it says, at least 350 new jobs at an average wage of $120,000 per year.
Correct. It's a
Yeah.
great project.
Yeah, that's good. Commissioner Seal?
Are we going to have any kind of clawback if they don't perform?
Yes, when we get to the actual negotiated amount, our attorney's office is always great in making sure that we have very firm clawbacks. And then economic development, we do the compliance on those and make sure that all the performance metrics are made and met.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Commissioner Justice? Oh, I'm sorry, did you have another one? Okay. Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this may not be in your wheelhouse, but on the city side, who currently approves this exemption? Because there's a question on the ballot for St. Pete voters this year that deals with this issue.
So the city of St. Pete already heard this, the city council, this project, and did approve it on October 14th for the city's ad valorem tax exemption portion.
So are you from, and again, if you don't know, that's fine, but there's a ballot question that gives the authority to the city council for these kind of exemptions. So that's why I kind of thought maybe there was some ambiguity about who did it now in the charter. But you don't look like you want to answer that, so that's fine. That's fine. I'll find
I'm
it out.
sorry. I realized that I know that I did follow on October 14th, and they did approve this particular project at the city council meeting.
Okay, all right. I thought I'd get a little ballot help today, but I'll find it somewhere else.
Commissioner Flowers.
I was going to try to answer Charlie's question and then ask my question, Janet, were you also?
Well, no, I had another question on top of his question, so maybe if you know the answer, Commissioner Flowers, you can educate us both.
Okay, well, I'm not sure if things have changed, but when I served, whenever an entity came in that was requesting some additional relief from taxes because they were bringing in new projects, the mayor's office actually made the determination if they wanted to move it forward, and they could approve up to a certain dollar threshold. Anything over that dollar threshold, then it comes before the council for full vote and ratification. So that may be why it went to the council, because of exactly what they're asking for. In addition, the city of St. Petersburg, with their community benefits agreement and some other things they've done to assure that some diversity in fact exists, not just that we're giving all of these tax exemptions, so what are we getting in return? And in return, we want to make sure that they're going to hold to the jobs, and that they are going to do their very best to utilize minority contractors and whatnot. So as a part of all of that, that's why that question now is on the ballot. So I don't know if that answers you or not, but. No, I'm saying I don't know if that answers Charlie. Not your question. I was just answering his question.
Okay.
That's why I said I didn't know. The question I do have, though, is when we are working with companies like this, I know that I want to make sure that we're also doing everything that we possibly can to assure that, because we had a company once before that I know Commissioner Seal was very focused on, because the number of jobs that they ended up bringing was nowhere near the amount of tax relief we gave them, and it seemed very unfair. So I'm just sharing. I would love for us to make sure, and I believe you all are doing that, but just want to throw out for the record that they are in fact looking at a diverse workforce. I know that certain jobs, you're going on criteria, you're going on education and technical skill trades, but just that they do the very best they can to have a diverse workforce, as much as we say we're promoting that, as well as any work that is available when it comes to the expansion of their facility. That was my comment and question. I'm sorry.
Okay. Commissioner Long.
But now my question is, I don't know if it's a question for Jewel, or maybe none of us know, but if that issue was resolved, Commissioner Flowers, when you served on council, then what are they trying to do with this ballot question in regard to who does what on these kind of issues? Because are they trying to take our piece out of it?
The issue was not resolved when I served. That was a part of the issue. The issue was not resolved, but just recently the community benefits agreement just passed. Just recently, the University of South Florida just completed their study that talks about the fact that there are issues related to diversity. So the issue was not resolved when I served. I just simply said when I served, this is what the process was. So it was not resolved when I served.
Well, how do I get the answer to my question? Do we know? Do you know, Suzanne?
No, so it's a ballot question for the city of St. Pete.
Yeah, I don't.
Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah.
Okay. I do not know.
Yeah, she wouldn't necessarily know a ballot issue.
I was just curious how it interacted with what we're doing here today.
Well, St. Pete Council did approve it, so that's really what we were looking for. in support of, that request.
Right, for this particular project, the city level ad valorem tax exemption did get approved, I think it was the October 14th city council meeting.
And Mr. Chairman, I apologize for taking us down that rabbit hole, but I just thought it was a germane conversation, but I'll find the answer and get back to everybody.
That'd be great.
Yeah, so, and again, I thought Commissioner Seal's comment about the clawback is really, really important. I mean, they're getting a benefit on real
Yes.
property and tangible properties, but the attraction, there are a lot of people who, don't like this idea of doing this, but the attraction is the number of jobs that we're bringing to the county. Yeah. I think that's a critical component, so that if we're not doing that, then the benefit should go away or partially go away. So
Correct.
glad to see
Right.
that. I don't see any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Number 17. Now, we've had so much discussion. Did we have a motion on this one?
No.
Okay. Now, do we have a motion for approval on number 17? Commissioner Gerard on the motion, Commissioner Flowers on the second. Oop. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. On to Human Services, item 18, contract with the State of Florida Department of Health for operation of the Florida Department of Health in Pinellas County. Mr.
This was approved as part of the budget, but it's county share of $5.4 million for core services, $1.5 million for the school nurse program for this next year.
Commissioner Peters on the motion, Commissioner Gerard on the second. Are there any questions? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, on to item 19, under Management and Budget. This is a resolution approving the Pinellas County Employee Vaccination Incentive Program and supplementing the fiscal year 2022 American Rescue Act fund budget for unanticipated revenue from the Department of Treasury for the American Rescue Plan Act State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund Program. And Barry, before we get to you, I just wanted to ask, for my purposes, this says there's a key word in here, and, so there's two things put together in one. Can we bifurcate the two? One being an approval of the vaccination program, and two being supplementing the fiscal year 22 American Rescue Plan budget. So we can.
Yeah, I don't see any problem with that. We would just need to make sure that we had a proper motion and second on each of the two items.
Yeah, that's certainly my preference. But Barry, go ahead.
So as we previously discussed, so we have the two items here. One, to approve the vaccination program we previously discussed. It is having an impact. We are seeing higher levels of employees getting vaccinated. The program is not complete, depending upon whether you got the Pfizer, the Moderna, you have 2-shot series. The final date for the cards, I think, is November 9th. So they still have an additional time to get those cards in. But both with our employees, we've seen over a 5%. In the sheriff's office, we think he was even greater than that. I got some preliminary numbers from him yesterday. A lot of our employees, they got vaccinated anyway. But this did add an incentive to get higher amounts. We were seeing, as you know, I'm going to give a COVID report here in a few minutes, and today's a very different day than what it was just 30, 60 days ago. You know, when we were seeing 900 new cases a day. Well, that impacted our ability to staff a 911 center. It impacted our ability to staff a jail. It impacted our ability to cover all of our continuing operations. Having an incentive for those that feel comfortable getting the shot, getting the vaccine, and being able to mitigate the impacts of COVID on our county operation was important. I think it was well worth the money, and so we've packaged that. This also then appropriates the first amount of the American Rescue Act money. We're going to bring you a plan for your approval. You'll be approving all the projects. This just appropriates the first act amount of money for the ARPA funds.
Okay, and does it matter if we do bifurcate which order that it comes in? I assume that the resolution approving the money first coming and then the motion for the program second, or does it matter?
Mr. Chairman. Just,
Yeah. Okay. So I thought you were reading something for answering the question I had.
I'm sorry, I was reading a message I was getting about this particular agenda item.
Yeah. No, I just said there's two items here. I asked does it matter which order we take them in?
No, it really doesn't. I will tell you that the message I was receiving is that you'll see this budget resolution is a little bit different than some of the others that you have seen. There are a number of findings attached to it, and it is very important that if we move forward, that those findings remain in there. So that's just a part of it. I don't know that it's necessarily important, although I would keep in mind that the money being appropriated for the incentive program is part of the budget amendment that you would be taking action on. So it would most likely be appropriate to take action on the approval of the vaccine incentive program first.
First or second?
I would suggest first, since the budget amendment appropriates the funds for that program.
Any questions? Yeah, Commissioner Seal.
Yes. So the actual plan to spend the rest of the, say, $90 million is still not specific, and it's going to come back to us.
Yes, it is on.
But this has categories already for $15 million in professional services and $75 million in outlay. But why are we approving that piece of it? Because it would seem to me you would only approve the $4 million for the employee incentives at this point, because that's really the only thing we know about that we have in front of us today. We don't know the rest of the plan yet.
Well, the rest of the plan is going to come, we're going to have a workshop on that. We're going to have discussion with the commission regarding categories and things like that. This puts a concept plan. That's what we had to submit to the federal government regarding broad categories. We can change that, but we had to submit our initial plan. That was the categories that we established under that, which is compliant with the ARPA funds. Again, coming back, we're perfectly within our right to change that, however. But that was just consistent with what we initially said. This would be the first tranche of money that we would draw down, again, but we won't do any of that until we actually have approved projects by the commission, which is coming to you here in November.
So, but did we have a deadline that we had to at least submit this piece of it?
Yeah, what was that date, Chris, that we had to submit the first initial round? I just don't want to get that wrong.
Okay.
So, good afternoon, Chris Rose, Office of Management and Budget. The date that we had to submit the first round was around, and I'm going to have to say around, but it was right around September 16th, right in that range. So
we just kept the categories the same.
But we can adjust the categories
They're
as long as we follow all the what-ifs
correct
behind it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I don't know what executive salaries we're spending on. You know, I don't want to hire a bunch of consultants for $15 million necessarily. So
No.
I'd
No,
like
we're not.
more
And
information.
and when we bring, I've got a whole list that we're working to whittle down to get to our discussion with you. The only, just so you know, so the program administration, we've hired 2 people to help assist us with that. Laura, I think you met. But you're going to see every expenditure item that's a recommendation to you as part of that workshop that we're going to do with the ARPA funds. And so the expectation is we're going to present an idea. We're going to get feedback from you. We're going to have to go back and continue to work on that. That's going to take a little time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any question? Commissioner Long, anybody else?
So because we haven't had any discussions at the commission level about the big picture, I'm curious because I heard Chris say that there was a deadline for the first tranche coming down. Is there a deadline by which it all has to be done?
You have to have your the final project started within 3 years, and then there's certain categories. I think it goes out to 4 or 5 years to 4 years to complete.
I was thinking it was a lot more concise. I forgot about the 3-year thing. Yeah. Well, I think more information is helpful in terms of your progress and where we are going and what the opportunities might be, because I'm sure that several of us will have some ideas too.
Absolutely.
And I know you're working with staff, but I'll be glad when we have an opportunity to give some input as well.
We're very, very close. We're a couple weeks away from presenting some concepts to you and again, getting your feedback on where to take the program.
And one more thing,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I may, there are other, I don't know about the rest of my colleagues, but I know that several of the boards that I sit on are going through the same kind of a process in terms of the dollars that they're trying to, and I'm hopeful that in that so many different governmental type agencies that are trying to pull down these funds, that we're not going to be conflicting with each other, if that makes any sense. I'm probably not saying it right, but hopefully you get the idea.
I hope that we're working together. I've shared one program that I think makes all the sense where we can bring people together is our Safe Routes to Schools program. We should be putting sidewalks and making, those connections regardless of whether it is in an unincorporated or an incorporated area, and working with our municipalities on programs like that. So I think this is the beginning of some of those discussions. We want to get your feedback on that scope, but just narrowing those down and figuring out what those costs are has taken a significant amount of time. And I know a lot of people are coming to you, but we're really, really close to being able to have that discussion.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Any other questions on it? Yes, Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I see this very much similar to the state program where they gave $1,000 bonuses to some, not all of the state and some district employees, where they spent nearly $400 million for that program at a statewide level. So I would move approval of the employee incentive program as outlined in the agenda memorandum.
Okay, a motion by Commissioner Justice and second by Commissioner Flowers. Yeah, and I had some of the same questions why I won't be supporting this one is, we have, this is like the cart before the horse. We have not had the conversation, and I understand the timing of it, but we haven't had the conversation about the monies for ARPA, and I want to know what the opportunity loss of this $4 million for 5% increase in our employees. Most of the employees that are getting reimbursed have already had the vaccine. So we're giving everybody a reimbursement that is the incremental increase for probably over 50%. I guess it's close to 60% if it mirrors the population in the county. And so I'm just not supportive of that. And the folks that have made the principal decision not to get vaccinated, I feel like it's an enticement of dollars for somebody who may have had principles on it, but maybe having a tough time as well. So for a lot of reasons, I just don't support this fund, and so I'm glad thank you, Commissioner Justice, for separating the motion. And we have a motion and a second. Are there any other comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion carries 5-2. All right, second, Commissioner Justice, did you have a motion on the second part of that?
Would I move approval of the budget item as outlined in the agenda memorandum?
Okay, are there any questions on the second part?
I would just
Commissioner
note that $4 million is included in the budget, since two of you all voted against it previously.
Yeah.
I don't know why we're bifurcating it.
Well, we've already done that, so, yeah. Because I agree on the one part and I disagree on the other, and it's here for a vote, so. Okay, anybody else? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, moving on to item 20, under Public Works, construction agreement with CSX Transportation for the replacement of Keene Road Railroad Crossing. Commissioner Justice on the motion, Commissioner Long on the second. Any questions?
I just wanted to thank Kelly for sending a better map.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. County Attorney.
Under item number 21, I will note for your benefit, items number 21 and 22 are related. But under item number 21, I am asking the board to ratify authority previously granted by the chairman to pursue some cases that were of an urgent nature. The cases under item number 21 are code enforcement related matters.
Okay, we have a motion for item, I guess we can put them together or separate?
Let's go ahead and do them separate.
Okay, for item 21, do I have a motion for 21? Commissioner Long on the motion. Commissioner Peters on the second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 22, please.
Under item 22, this is the same circumstance. Again, I'm asking you to ratify action or authority granted previously by the chairman in regard to this matter. This particular case related to an animal seizure case, and since it was of an urgent nature, I did confer with the chair and obtain his prior consent.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Gerard. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 23.
Item 23 is not related to the first two cases, but is nonetheless another case where I am asking for the board to ratify authority previously granted by the chair so that the county could respond to an animal issue that was of an urgent nature. So I'm asking for ratification at this point.
Motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Long. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And one other thing I will add, I know that at the agenda briefing last week, a question came up regarding the defendant there who has passed away. The matters that were, again, of an urgent nature were all concluded prior to his death, and the case is effectively closed at this point. And we're just simply going through this process so that we're following the resolution that you all adopted earlier this year.
Thank you. Anything else? Did you have any?
Under redistricting, I'll just say I know that the meetings that have been hosted by our consultant to gain community input on some of the proposed maps have concluded at this point, and the next meeting of the redistricting board is tomorrow.
Okay. And a reminder, we have 3 meetings, 2 commission meetings, and a workshop scheduled to cover anything we need to do on this item. So, okay, County Administrator Barry, what do you have for us?
Just a brief COVID update. Obviously, if you're following any news, you've seen that our numbers have drastically come down, and that is a positive trend that we certainly hope that continues. We're down to 3.16% testing positive. As you recall, we were up in the 20%, and higher range there for a while. We had 544 new cases last week, which is over a 30% decrease, from the last couple weeks. Death toll is a lagging indicator, but we had 42 last week. That was down from 85 to 124 just a few weeks ago. So again, these are all positive signs. What it's also doing is having an impact on our hospital system, where we've seen a 13% decrease in the number of hospital cases that are related to respiratory issues, seemingly from COVID, over 13% over the last week. So again, all the trends continue in a positive manner. One of the other trends, you can look at the dashboard. We're continuing to keep it up to the date that we have available. But one of the other things is we're seeing the number of fire rescue transports. So that situation has been largely resolved, at least from the last week. We're seeing 4 to 1 per day transport. Several days had 0. One day had 10. But if you recall, we were up into the 80, 90, there were a lot. And so it was stressing in the entire system. But that also is as a result of, Dr. Jameson and our, and our fire and EMS team working with our hospitals, Lourdes working with our hospitals to get that turnaround time. So now we're at a 99% time where it's 15 minutes or less on that drop off. So the entire system has worked together. And that's just a real bit of good news, because that's alleviated what was becoming a real crisis situation. So I can certainly provide any more information. The one bit of information I will provide is we currently have no issues with providing the boosters. We have no issues with testing. And effective October 29th, because of the capacity within the system, we'll probably shut our booster site down. and again, let the private sector do that. We have the ability to contract and expand if it's needed, but again, if we're watching that and we can push that out into the private sector.
Is that testing as well?
No, testing will continue.
Okay, testing, good.
Correct,
Good.
Lourdes? Yeah. Yeah, at both locations. Testing will continue, but just the booster piece will shut down.
Commissioner Long and then Commissioner Seal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Barry, thank you for that report, and I was diligently trying to take notes, but if you said it, I missed it. What is the percentage rate that we're at now?
3.16% is testing positive.
And what is our percentage countywide for how many folks are now vaccinated? Do you have that?
I didn't say that, but we are at, okay, so total percent population's 58.8%. 12 years and older, 65%. 18 years and older, 67.2%.
Okay.
18 years and older.
And how old is that data? Because if our staff have all
It's
been...
67.2%.
And how old is that data?
Say again?
How old is that data?
So it's for the previous week. So she pulls it off each week at the end of the week to give it to me.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Seal, did you have a question? Okay, well, you want me to, I had one comment and maybe you'll. Yeah. Okay. And also at Tampa Bay Water, we use a lot of the oxygen and we were having issues with oxygen for our system. And so we were having to change the water delivery, the water blend, if you will. And really about 3 weeks ago, it started to clear up and we really went full bore into the normal water mix at our water plant that normally operates at maybe 70 to 80 million gallons a day, was down to about 30 because we just didn't have the oxygen for the treatment process. And so it's rebounded completely and there's plenty of supply there. So I think it's making its way throughout our area in terms of the improvements. So glad to hear that. Did you? Yes, Commissioner Seal.
Yes, thank you very much. So I personally went down and got tested, and I was the only one there. And I've heard that from other people. Are we overstaffing for the amount of people that we're seeing? I mean, there was a lot of staff there, and I know we're using not our money, but it's still our money.
You're correct. It is, well, we're not even paying for that. So that is paid for by the state for our testing site. That's correct?
Paid by the state?
Correct. So it was only the booster side that we stood up and we were paying for that because we saw a capacity issue within our pharmacies, and so that was the dispensing side where we had lines and we wanted to make sure everybody had access. And that's the piece where we're shutting down. We're working with the state. If the state sees those numbers go down, they've traditionally then acted upon that and would shut those down. But they would traditionally make that call.
But the booster piece we're paying for.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you. Barry, if you said it, I didn't hear it. Where are we with the Regeneron? Or do you know the numbers related to persons going in for Regeneron treatment? And the other is, the information just came out about approving the dosage of vaccinations for children under the age of 12. I think it said 5 to 11 or something like that. But if that is the case, and maybe Dr. Cho would be better suited for this question, is that something that we would work in tandem with the school system if they wanted to make it available and the parents wanted to get their children
And Dr. Cho has
inoculated?
worked hand in hand with Dr. Greco over at the school system in terms of direct access and providing clinics or things like that. We just really watched it from our side. I would have to defer to Dr. Cho regarding where that's going. With the Regeneron, do you have any update on that?
Yeah, that's why I said that probably would have been a better question for him. I didn't think about that when I talked with him yesterday.
Lourdes deals with that more on a day-to-day basis, so I'd ask for her to come up and answer your question.
Sure, Lourdes Benedict, Assistant County Administrator. So as far as the Regeneron, the monoclonal sites that we have in Largo, they're doing about 30 a day, so it's a pretty small demand. Since it started on August 24th, they've done 6,400.
Okay.
So again, there's plenty of opportunity there if folks wanted that. As far as the schools and children, the plan right now, from talking with Dr. Cho just yesterday on that, is that pediatricians will be handling that. We don't believe the demand is going to be there to do something extra, but it's something we're keeping an eye on and can be very flexible about.
Okay, I hope so. And I know we will, because especially children who may have Medicaid and go through CMS and whatnot, that's a nice size piece of our population. And so to be able to even get in, if they do decide, if there's a buildup, that may be difficult. But then if they could just do something where they cycle through like what we've done others, that probably would work a lot better. So thank you. And if you don't mind, just let me know, if there seems to be a rise in requests for that.
Okay. We hope there is, right?
Yeah, from what we've heard, from what I've heard from some parents who desired it for that age group, yes, ma'am, you are correct.
And the last thing I would note that on the facility that we're, renting for our central site, we're keeping that site. So, yes, they're paying for that. We've got the site. We want to keep that probably until the end of the year. And Lourdes and I were just talking about that because it enables us to scale up or scale down. And it's just a safety net there. Facilities are really hard to come by that have parking and access and things like that. And so our intent is, regardless of the amount and the cost, to keep that for a couple of months and really make sure that we're out of the woods before we would release that site.
Thank you.
Anything else? Barry, did you have anything else for us?
That's all.
Okay. So under County Commission, we have reappointments to the Parks and Conservation Resources Advisory Board for Commissioner Gerard, Justice, Eggers, Seal, Peters, and Flowers.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Justice, second by Commissioner Peters. Yep.
Yeah, Commissioner Long had asked that we add hers on there because she missed the deadline. Just trying to get your attention to ask you if that was possible, because we've been trying from my office to get Mr. Beckman in the system, and I think the glitch came about between Doyle leaving and Cassandra starting, and the gentleman that we had in that position has now gone off of the board, and our position here is vacant, and I would very much appreciate your consideration of Brian Beckman.
Brian Beckman. I was asked for his first name. Okay,
Yes.
Brian. Brian Beckman for Commissioner Long's seat, added to the other 6 that I mentioned.
And I sent everyone an email a week or so ago asking for your consideration.
I would include that in my motion.
Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Second.
Are you sure?
Yes, Commissioner, please.
A second from Commissioner Gerard. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. And now up to County Commission new business. Anything? Commissioner Long.
Yes, I wanted to make everyone aware, this is an issue about T-BARTA, in that our board approved us at the last meeting, and maybe Commissioner Flowers is going to report on that as well, that we're trying diligently to send a positive message.
Trying to get my attention.
That we're trying diligently to send a positive message to our state legislators about the value of T-BARTA and what it brings for our region, and how far we've come over this last iteration of T-BARTA that was reauthorized by the legislature about 5 or 6 years ago, and that there's going to be an ask of our members who are participating in T-BARTA to up our contribution a bit, and Commissioner Flowers, who's chair of our Finance Committee, can speak to that a little bit more, but I wanted to make sure that was on your radar, so that was number 1. And number 2 is we have a expanded board for the Commissioner Maroney's Law Enforcement and First Responder Foundation, and we are very diligently working on all the planning and the details for our annual event, which will be the 27th annual event going on in our county to honor our law enforcement and first responders. I'm sure you will all agree with me that after this year and a half or two that they have lived through, they certainly need our recognition and appreciation. And I hope that as a body, we will support not only the event, but talk about it to your friends and colleagues and encourage them to attend. It's going to be on February 19th at the Carillon Hilton, and you'll be receiving a save the date very shortly, within a week or two. February 19th at the Carillon Hilton. Yes. Thank you. That's all for me today.
Yeah, and this morning, speaking to your point, Officer Brian Hoxie prayed for law enforcement, first responders, and Kimberly Nunn Crawford prayed for healthcare workers. But Brian Hoxie was very emotional as he was reviewing this past year and then getting into his prayer. He had a tough time getting through it because, as you said, they've been through a lot.
They have been through a lot, and I'm so proud of the work that the foundation has been doing over the last year and a half with the mental health pilot program geared specifically to look out for our law enforcement first responders. I was made aware by Congressman Bill Arakis that there isn't another program like this in the entire country that is specific to providing services to law enforcement first responders. And when you hear some of the stories about how lives have been saved and changed as a result of the mental health work that we're doing, it's extraordinary. Because it's been very difficult for the agencies on the recruitment side. You've heard the sheriff speak to how many folks have been leaving law enforcement, because of all the horrific things that have happened to them this past 2 years. So I think it's worthy to keep all of them in our thoughts and prayers, as well as their families who also bear the brunt of the work they do every single day. And so please come and help us support these unsung heroes amidst us.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Maroney, for his vision and your hard work since you took it over. Good.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, it is. It is a lot of work. So, any Commissioner Seal? Did you have?
Yes, I do. I have a couple of reports. Forward Pinellas met on October 13th, and we are going to do a new target employment industrial land study. So it's going to be an update from 2008. As you know, this was originally the Pinellas by Design study that kind of spawned this, and so it will be a pretty aggressive update. They talked about engaging Mr. Fruth again, and also I asked to have an idea of creating a steering committee that included our staff and others so that we have the input that we should have as we move forward with policies that may then come back to us, and that everybody's on the same page, and that the policies end up in our county plan as well as the county-wide plan. Second is we approved transportation improvement, basically express lanes for north of 375 to 4th Street North, to the planning for that, with the understanding that FDOT will come forward with the construction monies for the future. Then 275 to north of 54th Avenue South to 375 is for design continuity and noise walls. Approved a nominating committee, approved the legislative priorities list. We had a presentation from Dave Sobush with the Tampa Bay Partnership, which I thought would be very relevant for this commission to hear at some point. It was an excellent report as we consider transportation alternatives and funding for the next few years. There was a safety project in St. Petersburg, and that's pretty much it from Forward Pinellas. From JWB, since you haven't heard me give you an update of that lately. I've got a bag of information on the past early childhood public awareness campaign, which included Sleep Baby Sleeps, sleeping safely for babies, and we're going to actually try to ramp up the program on child safety and do more PR and do more education of our parents, which has been highly effective with small dollars that we invested in it so far. We are also looking for respite services requests. So we previously have worked with Park in doing some respite services, and they're trying to expand this and get this more a widespread. This is for parents who, may just have had a temporary need for help and need a safe place for their children. And so I think they're going to be looking at some very innovative ways of trying to do that. And then I will forward to you a dashboard update on how we were doing with school readiness and success, et cetera, strengthening community. Some of this board asked for, this is about Creative Pinellas. They're going to have a arts annual weekend. And to purchase tickets, you go to artsannual.org. It's $10 for a single event, $25 for a weekend pass. The weekend is November 13th and 14th, and this is a fundraiser for Creative Pinellas that this board actually asked Creative Pinellas to put in place. So it's very engaging. It's going to be quite beautiful, and I think we're all going to enjoy it. Finally, I want to ask a question, and this question is about work session participation. Had I known that I could have participated this last Thursday, I was at my son's wedding in Texas, and I would have probably tried to figure out how to reorganize my time. I thought that we had to be ill in order to attend and to be accepted by the commission to attend this meeting. I thought that the policies that were talked about this commission were that this was going to continue in that manner. So I was frankly surprised and not real happy about it, because had I known, I would have tried to redo my schedule so that I could attend. So I will be out of town December 2nd. So I'm asking you right now, since it's a pretty aggressive agenda, can I attend remotely? I'm not ill. I am going to be out of town. And I just want this out of the sense of fairness and clarity. Thank you.
Commissioner Gerard.
Yeah, I don't think you were excluded for any particular reason other than that we hadn't resolved that question yet, and we still haven't, right? Not really. We're talking about a policy that we're going to put in place.
Yeah. Go ahead. We're talking about bringing it to the November meeting.
Right.
To talk about whatever type of policy that we want to use primarily for our commission meetings. But we also did have conversation at last meeting to provide quite a bit of flexibility for our workshops, even though we were still going to take votes, because there might lead to a conversation at a commission meeting where decisions would be made. So we were trying to provide latitudes for involvement, so that's where we had left it. I don't think there was any decision made, and we came here to this discussion, and one of the commissioners did ask if they could participate, and we discussed it here and allowed it. So.
Well, I mean, but if that was going to be the case, it would have been nice to have known beforehand, because I did talk to Jewel after your last discussion, and I'm not trying to post the blame or anything, because I was trying to get clarity, because I do try my very best to attend, if it's allowed remotely, to be there. And so I just don't want anybody to think that I'm just like willy-nilly, not trying to decide to be there, especially if it's allowed. And would have readjusted some things.
Okay, so for clarity, we are allowing it if you ask until we make a policy decision. Nobody said you couldn't on this dais anytime. So, I mean, I'm just telling you, no one has put anybody back and said you can't do it. We said, in the meantime, before we take a policy, we'll bring it here. You'll have to ask for it at the meeting and get approval. I don't remember making any decisions not to allow it. So, I mean, that's just my understanding. And we certainly had the discussion at the workshop, and nobody brought anything up to the contrary at this point. So, again, we're going to have the discussion at the November 7th meeting to set a policy firmly in place.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if it is not going to be allowed, I'm just telling you in advance, I'm asking this group that I can attend remotely on December 2nd work session, since it's quite an aggressive agenda.
Unless we take action on November 7th, it's different than what we're currently doing. I'm sure that will be absolutely fine. Yes.
First of all, out of a courtesy to Commissioner Seal, while we don't take votes at a workshop, we have not allowed, the conversation at a workshop is supposed to be for us to have a conversation about policy and how we want to move forward as a commission. So we do try to build consensus so we know going forward how we're going to be operating. And you know, I don't know about anybody else, but when you're making plans to go out of town, the more advance notice that you can have, the more prepared that you are. Now, as long as I've been on this commission, it's only been in the last year or so that we have had absences during our meetings and at our workshops. And out of a courtesy to those of us who always aren't just right, you know, where we're here when meetings are scheduled, I would like to recommend that we at least give Commissioner Seal our thoughts about allowing her to participate. The more participation we can have while we're having our conversations,
Agreed.
the better off we are.
I agree.
And I have heard Doyle on my mind. I've heard Jewel tell us on many occasions when we can and when we can't and what's appropriate and what isn't. And I clearly remember her predecessor telling us that we could not allow someone phoning in who had a medical reason. It was a huge hullabaloo. It was Commissioner Gerard at one point, and we had quite a deep dive discussion about that. So, do you remember that? I mean, I clearly remember it. I don't think I'm making that up. So anyways.
Me too, because I mean, I specifically, as you recall, I was exposed to COVID a couple times, so I asked for, you know, to be able to participate from a medical reason out of caution, and you guys were wonderful. And I mean, I had a couple colds, and I was worried it was going to be, you know, something that you would catch. So I really, really appreciated that. I'm actually the one who asked for us to have a discussion if somebody was out of town, you know, for other reasons or whatever, that they could participate or not. So I guess I just feel frustrated because, again, had my assistant known or I had known, I would have tried my darn best to be there at that meeting, at least by Zoom.
Well, to the extent that I created any miscommunication, I apologize. But I thought we had set it aside that we were going to allow, as long as we had 4 here. Am I getting head nods or not? Yeah. Okay. Because I want to make sure I'm clear on this, because you and I had this discussion that we were going to err on the side of allowing commissioners to weigh in at workshops, and so. Really, we had that first preliminary conversation about it. I mean, if we don't want to do it, that's fine. But I thought we had said we wanted to err on the side of allowing it. So, and we were going to bring it back for a policy decision at a future commission, and it's going to be scheduled for November 7th to have that policy decision so that we can, you know, put this. It's not a subjective decision on my part. So just get, you know, for the record, if anybody might be implying that. Yes, Commissioner Gerard.
I guess I'm a little confused. I don't hear anybody objecting to people participating, and certainly not.
No.
To,
no.
I wish you had been here last week. Was it last week?
Yeah, the last workshop.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure where the notion came from that we couldn't. I always assumed that I could. If I couldn't be at the meeting, I could join. I did it from an airport one time.
Yeah, I didn't know either, and again, to the extent that I created any miscommunication, I apologize, Commissioner Seal, but it wasn't my understanding to keep people from participating until we have that discussion on November 7th. So.
Mr. Chair, I have to admit, too, I was somewhat confused as well, because if you recall, I was at a Florida Association of Counties event when you all had a workshop, and I also thought during the workshop, unless you're ill, I couldn't attend. I watched it. I was in my room, and I pulled it up, and I watched it. But I was confused, I guess, as well, because I did not, I mean, I was available to tune in for the workshop for that time, but I didn't, and I didn't request because I thought that only if you were ill. So that was also my misunderstanding, which is why I was absent for that workshop that you all had while I was away.
Commissioner
So,
Justice, excuse me, sorry.
That's okay. So I have no problem with you attending, especially, you know, when persons want to go that extra step to make sure that they're trying to work it out. I don't have any objection to it. And then we'll make whatever policy we make. But I would hope that we would always just show deference to be as supportive as possible of our colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, no problem. Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this goes, you know, there have been changes in, I think, AG opinions, which have loosened things up. And obviously, over the last year, everyone's more comfortable with the remote participation. But prior to that, it was pretty hard and fast. Unless you were basically in a hospital bed, you would not be able to participate. And the only one, you know, we always talk about Commissioner Maroney, but the only one in my time before COVID that I remember was Commissioner Gerard participating. And I think it was for when we were doing the county administrator vote, not Mr. Burton, but Mr. Woodard. But that's the only one I really remember for that. So, and right now there's just kind of a gray area until we set policy. So I don't, you know, we'll get there, and that date in November we can discuss what people's preferences are. I know I have some opinions on the issue, and I'll look forward to having that conversation then.
Yeah, Commissioner Long.
Yeah. So I heard you remark about as long as you let, or as long as you get permission, or whatever the exact words were. Who is it that we get permission from?
The commission.
No, I mean, if someone is away, and who is it that they call to say, I'm not going to be, I would like to, Barry or who? Chair? I don't know.
My understanding is that you call in like you're planning to participate, and we vote here on whether to allow your participation. Nobody makes it unilaterally. I mean, I certainly don't, and I don't know unless, I don't think Barry makes that decision unilaterally.
No, he doesn't make that decision.
So, I mean, I didn't.
I guess I would like some clarity, because it seems like, what is it going to be? Like one person says, you know, sends a text or sends a message and says, you know, can I be allowed? And then, you know, you wait till the commission meeting. Are we going to have a policy that outlines it? Because that would be a whole lot easier to deal with if we all were clear on what we can and can't attend. I get commission meetings have votes, and I understand, and I would probably support not having that be remotely, but I certainly think in a work session like last year, if you remember, I attended the strategic meeting remotely because I was sick. I had a cold, and I, again, didn't want to spread germs. So, you know, with COVID and everything, I think we've all been extra careful. I know I have, not to pass it on, and I thank you, Commissioner Chair Eggers, for allowing me, because I would send you a text and say, I'm sick and I don't know what to do, and, you know, it was very kind. But it's just, I'm trying to get clarity so that I know what I can and can't do. That's all.
Yeah, and to that extent that you sent me a message, then we had to, I
Right.
had no problem with it. We still had to vote on it. That's our current policy.
Right.
And I think to your points over here, saying something about maybe we could do it ahead of time so it provides a little more planning, we still would take a formal action, but, you know, we'd say, yes, that's, you know, everybody's agreeing, that's fine, and then we just take a formal action when we start the meeting, but you'll know ahead of time that we've already said, yes, it's not a problem. When we had this discussion, we came to the at the end of the discussion that we hadn't set any policies yet. We talked, if I remember, and we were talked about a lot of different things, whether it was sickness or whether it was just calling in because you wanted to weigh in. I mean, I'm not planning when I take vacations to be calling in, but a lot of other things happen. You go for a wedding and you have time. You go for whatever. There may be other opportunities for it, but I think that's a discussion that we're going to have so we can solidify that. But anything we do, I think trying to do it ahead of time, I think is a good idea, so that we do have some of that planning. Anything else on that? Again, my apologies, Commissioner Seal, if I...
Well, poor Barry probably didn't communicate my thoughts, but I was talking with him on the phone on Wednesday, and I had some very strong opinions about some of the things on the agenda. And so, anyway.
Yeah, and I think our technology and Zooming and all that would need it ahead of time anyway, right? I mean, is that what I'm... Yeah, so...
Yeah, I mean, we're set up. I mean, so it's not a technology issue, it's a policy issue.
Okay. So even last minute, if somebody changes their mind and calls in and says, hey, I'd like to be considered.
We try to connect to them ahead of the meeting to where we're not fumbling around at a meeting trying to get somebody connected, though.
Okay. Okay, yes, Commissioner Justice.
I have other stuff if you...
All right, is anything
What?
else?
What did he-
Anything else on that point?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of announcements I wanted to share. The Area Agency of Pasco Pinellas had our annual review from the Department of Elder Affairs this past week, and for the 13th year in a row, the DOEA found no findings with the agency, which is unheard of if you compare it to the similar agencies around the state. So we're very proud of Anne-Marie Winter and her staff that do incredible work. And also, even if they find no findings, sometimes they will offer suggestions for improvements. Well, for the first time ever, they had no suggestions for improvement. So again, we're very proud of that agency and the incredible employees. The other thing is, last week we celebrated the 30th anniversary of the establishment as an estuary of national significance of the Tampa Bay Estuary Program. We had a nice little celebration down at the pier last week. And on your table is a 30th anniversary photo journal, compliments of the agency. And then the last thing I would tell you is that Della sent out a draft calendar for 2022 for next year as we're making vacation plans for next year. Please take a look at that, make sure that there's no earth-shattering conflicts, and get back with Della as soon as possible. Thank you.
Commissioner Flowers.
Just to give a brief addition to the report for T-BARTA. As Commissioner Long already alluded to, we are looking at ways that we can assure that T-BARTA is financially stable. And in that conversation, it was addressing the cities who are also partners on T-BARTA and to talk with them about including a financial resource from them. On the surface, the city of Tampa and the city of St. Petersburg have in fact agreed to assess themselves for the city of St. Petersburg. It will be based on per capita, and it would be $45,526.34. And for Tampa, it would be a little over $69,000, and that would be annually. The draft language that's being put together for that agreement will look at fiscal year 2023, so it's nothing that they're going to be doing right now, but that would give a nice sizable amount of revenue to T-BARTA. We also had a number of dialogues and conversations on our mobility service project proposal, so that seems to be going really well, utilizing smart mobility. I just had one comment and concern, and that was with using the QR code. Sometimes if you don't get it just right, it doesn't work, and some of our seniors may not always be able to kind of get it lined up just right so that it reads, so we need to have that option. We also had some concerns because PSTA has already moved down the line with the Flamingo card. a couple of other partners have already moved down the line. So we want to make sure that the data can be integrated and that the systems can be integrated so that we're not looking at having to change our system so that there can be one mobility access point. And the name of the program that they're talking about utilizing is called MOVIT, MOOVIT. T-BARTA's doing very well financially, so we're excited about that. We'll be making some rounds to Tallahassee. Certainly, our legislative team, legislative representation on the federal and state level are sharing our concerns and sharing our wants, but we want to make sure that we have staff and perhaps a board member or two to go up. Probably not go up on the federal level because that's still very limited, but if the opportunity arises, we will do so. So those were the only true sticking points, other than to say we actually had quorum. So we were excited about that. That's been a difficult thing to achieve. But our Tampa representative, who's been appointed by the mayor to represent her, that whole switch in our policy is working very well, and I'm very happy about that because we can go ahead and move about the business. You all have seen the Sunrunner. You've seen those big platform things in St. Pete, so we're anxious for that to go ahead and get up and get moving so that people can take advantage of those as well. So very brief meeting, but impactful meeting. And my service on Career Source, we had a chance to review the executive director. She received glowing remarks, so she's still going to be with us. I'm excited about that. I'm also excited that for our audit on that federal level, where we had some of those things still outstanding, nothing that came under her purview before her, but we still needed to answer to that. So I'm excited to share that that's clean and that we're moving on. We are moving on. So hopefully that shadow that was over us is also moving on, and we're just trying to continue to build the services that we have, linking people to jobs and linking corporations and businesses to the things that are needed. So I'm really excited. Thank you so much for allowing me to serve there for you. With the COC, so some know it as the Homeless Coalition, but now it's called the COC under the leadership of Amy Foster, who I think she and her team are doing a wonderful job. We're moving right along. We'll have a follow-up meeting in the month of November to just really address the point-in-time count that is going to occur. You know, that was kind of put on hold because of COVID and whatnot, but the organization was doing its best to continue to provide services to our homeless population and those who are about to be homeless. Having said that, thank you so much, Lourdes, and to Tom and your team for the work that you're doing as it relates to the rental assistance program, just really trying to get through those applications and get people the help and assistance that they need. On the other side, we do unfortunately continue to have a need for space to place people. The hotels that we use, they're filled up, and so that's becoming challenging right now. And for me, the challenge additionally, because we have the cold days that are getting ready, hopefully we have some coolness for the weather, but that's not a good thing if you are homeless and living outside. So we're just trying to work through some other creative methodologies that we can house persons because those facilities are full. And that is all I have to report.
Thank you, Commissioner Flowers. Anybody, Commissioner Gerard?
Yeah, a couple of questions. What is our current commitment to T-BARTA? And do we know what the increase would be that we're being asked for?
That'd be great because I don't remember.
That would be great because he just had a deer in the headlights.
I was like, uh-oh.
For the local contributions currently for Pinellas is $153,538.96. That's what I have right here as current contribution. Pasco County's $83,148.16. Hillsborough, $222,812.19. Hernando, $29,509. Manatee, $60,991. So those are the current.
So do we know what the increase is that we would be asked for?
It will be $163,048.19 if we move based on what we voted on, which was to base it on per capita at 0.17%.
So is that in addition to what we're doing right now? or-
No,
That's total.
if you subtract 153, 538.96 from the 163,
All right.
yeah,
it's
so about
pretty-
10,000 additional dollars or so,
Pretty
give or take.
insignificant, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Barry.
No, I mean, I know it was a COLA amount. It wasn't. We had an issue a couple of years ago where they were looking at a much grander budget, and that I remember it coming in, but it wasn't like that. So I just didn't remember the number.
Okay, I just
Yeah,
kind of lost track of what we're doing now. The other thing I wanted to ask Commissioner Justice, when are we doing committee assignments, your or board thing? Is that in December? I know you have a deadline for when to get
First things first.
our preferences to you.
No, I have not asked for a deadline because I haven't been selected as chair yet.
Oh, yeah, right,
Yeah, we
okay.
do that November 7th as well.
Okay.
We'll do chair, and then.
At November
At the
7th
same time?
November 7th at 7:01 PM, you'll get an email asking you for your committee preferences.
Oh, I thought we'd already been asked. I already gave it to you.
There-
Okay.
And part of the reason is that, again, going back over the years, we've had different instructions as far as what committees were chairman appointments and what committees were commission ratification and what committees were. And so I know Jewel was looking at getting me some better information on that so that we followed the rules.
Oh, good, okay. And the last thing I had was about the puppy stores. We talked about it last week. We didn't actually come to any resolution about whether we want to move forward. I personally would like to move forward. I've looked at the other ordinances that Manatee, Hillsborough, Pasco, and St. Petersburg, and Largo, of course. I got to hear plenty about that. But I would like to see us draft our own ordinance to phase out puppy stores. I know I'm probably putting my neck on the guillotine here, but I don't want to see us become the only ones that don't have an ordinance and where all the puppy stores are moving, because that's what's happening. So I don't know how anybody else feels about that, and frankly, we're going to keep hearing about it until we take
Barry,
it up.
did you?
Well, at the last meeting, there was also a proposal raised for a temporary moratorium until
Right.
such time as the issue's been discussed. So I was going to discuss or ask about when you wanted to put that issue on first, which would give you time then to discuss the other issue. I had asked Joel and staff to work on preparing the appropriate documentation for both, and that's in progress.
Okay.
Commissioner Seal?
Just so I have clarity, this would be a temporary moratorium on new stores opening only? Okay, because I would like to have a more robust
Yes.
discussion about this. I think what Doug sent us was reasonable. You know, there's two sides of this issue, and we really do need to be thoughtful in this, because as I have discussed with with Renee Rivard, is that, you know, unintended consequences.
Right.
And, you know, if you ban puppy stores totally, you know, they mentioned today black market. That is going to happen. I know people who have bought dogs on the web from out of state, and they come and they have health issues. I mean, it's not just because you finally, you know, maybe we regulate the pet stores more in some way. You know, I was thinking maybe I don't know how we do that, but maybe there's a way that we can make sure, beyond what we already do, to make sure that they're sanitary and safe, but maybe there's a way of limiting the number of dogs that come from one breeder, or similar to what we did with the hobby breeders. I don't know if we can legally do that, but it was just some thoughts that I had that, you know, I think you guys know, I bought my dog from a hobby breeder in Hillsborough and had all kinds of health issues. And one thing about the pet stores is they usually offer a warranty. I had no warranty. No, I spent $3,000 on the dog when he was little, dealing with his health issues. So I mean, there's got to be something that's rational here that protects the animals, but it also protects the rights of people as well. And I don't know what it all is at this point. Thank you very much for listening to me.
I think it's a really complicated deal. I mean, it's very complicated. The industry's complicated, and it's simple solutions aren't there to be found. And I know a lot of other counties have done it, and that's why I'd asked Barry to at least start to look into what some of those other counties did. But I think there was some interest in at least putting a temporary moratorium out there so that we don't get an influx of other,
I would like to.
while we deliberate. I mean, again, that would be lifted.
And I think that's an excellent idea because that gives us time to really rationally address the issue.
Commissioner Long and then Commissioner Peters.
Yes, I am very much in favor of putting a moratorium in place to give us time to thoughtfully discuss and debate and hear from both sides of the equation. It's not all black and white, number one. Number two, I am not of the mindset of wanting to eliminate and/or shut down businesses that are up and running and operating and that have had a very nice, long history in our county. And I do agree with Commissioner Seal's very thoughtful remarks about, and how about we give our animal services people who work very hard and are very diligent an opportunity to see what they can do to maybe strengthen what we've already got in place, because I've had conversations with Mr. Brightwell, and I don't know that we have gotten an overwhelming number of complaints from citizens up until very, very recently. And lastly, Mr. Chair, I would really caution us about, just because other counties have done X and Y and Z, Pinellas County is very unique in terms of our demographics and our numbers of folks that live here. And, we're not a sleepy little old tiny county that's got tons of rural area in it. And, I think we need to be cautious about the loudest, most vocal, most organized folks in the arena forcing us to make decisions that in hindsight are not always the wisest. Thank you.
Commissioner Peters.
So I hate to repeat everything that's said, and I didn't participate in this last week, this conversation, but I completely agree about unintended consequences. And all too many times when we've passed policies, whether it's here or at the state, we've seen unintended consequences. And I truly believe that if we do this, it will drive a black market. I truly believe it'll drive a black market without any accountability, and there'd be no recourse on it. So I would not be in support of. I mean, I'm okay with this while they look at it. I think the draft that I saw the staff having grandfathering in is just fine. I think these businesses have been doing good business for several years. I thought the presenters today were very thoughtful. I thought it was interesting that in their handouts, they showed that the dates of the photographs had been omitted, taken, photoshopped out. And so, until our staff does a really good deep dive in this, I know it's emotional. I understand the passion of the people that are advocating for this. But I have examples of unintended consequences where it was for the better good, where we passed a law that said doctors couldn't prescribe pain medication more than 3 days. And we never thought of the hundreds of thousands of people that were already addicted, and we didn't have a safety net for them, and how many hundreds of thousands of people had died because of that policy. And that's not the same. I'm talking apples and oranges here, but it is an example of how you do something for the good and the horrible consequences that happen as a result of it. And so I just think I love the passion on this group for their advocacy, but I do not believe that that doing what they want is going to give us really what we need without bad unintended consequences. So if it's a moratorium you all want while they look at it, I would support that. But I really like the draft document that we got from staff that grandfathers the businesses in. I let them, they've been doing businesses for decades in this county, and we have not had any uproar or any kind of bad reports on these businesses, and I certainly wouldn't want to punish these good businesses who have operated as good stewards. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Peters. So, sounds like we want to see,
We'll prepare, so staff is working on the questions that you asked last time that you just mentioned, and many others. I want them to kind of get you the full breadth of what they can research and find. We'll have the temporary moratorium, we'll put that on hopefully at the next available, we only have one commission meeting here for November, so we'll try to get that ready for then, and then schedule this for a future date for a more robust discussion.
yeah, and I would probably, and again, I don't think we have time on workshops this calendar year, but I certainly think this is workshop worthy.
Sure.
And maybe a couple workshops on this to really dive into some of this discussion before we bring it back for any kind of decision. But I'm not talking about the moratorium that we're going to bring.
I understand.
Yeah, but
We'll get that, and we'll get that information to you ahead of time so you can have a robust discussion.
thank you. Anything else from anybody? And I just had a couple things real quick. Just Tampa Bay Water had conducted a public opinion survey. They do it every couple of years. I'm going to ask Kim to send out, it's a long document, but it really gets into a lot of issues about what they perceive as, water issues, safety, and also the beginning conversations about reclaimed water and how that might be used. We certainly realize that there's a lot of education to go on that topic, and how that's ever going to be introduced as a water supply source. It's being used in other areas of the country already, so it's nothing new. But for our area here, it's certainly a ways away. But and it's not on the agenda for the next water supply source that we're looking at. So. And then we got into some robust discussion about groundwater credits. So it's putting reclaimed water into the ground for salinity barriers, and SwiftMud giving us credits for pumping in some areas. And so that got into some long-term capital discussions. And what that implies is moving the date. Tampa Bay Water is in existence right now through 2038. And so as you bring in water supply capital projects, by definition, it starts to extend the length of it. So the elephant in the room is, who's going to be partners with us after 2038? And, there's always this discussion about the city of Tampa. They like it, they're committed, but they have their issues in the Hillsborough County as well. But there's a lot of growth going on in Hillsborough County, a lot of growth going on in Pasco County, not as much here. We all have different issues. We have water quality issues here. They have different issues. But it was really, really good discussion. It's just that we're starting to tackle some of those issues. And I think that's really all I have on my committee's side. So without anything else, we'll go ahead and adjourn. We have an hour and a half before our 6 o'clock public hearings. Thank you. could give us a brief update on the discussion we had about November 9th and bringing a certain thing back, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the issue with the moratorium on the pet stores, because of the timeline for advertising and preparing the ordinance and things like that, we're going to need to put that on for the December meeting. We just don't have enough time due to the timeline. So we'll bring that back for the December meeting. Staff is working on the staff reports and things necessary, so that'll give them plenty of time to finish that up. And then we can bring that back after the first of the year for further discussion. We could make the December meeting, but the December meeting is packed for the work session. But again, so I think that, based upon your guidance, if we put the moratorium on, that gives us time, and we'll put it on after the first of the year. Okay.
Okay. And then I did see something from our EOC that talked about weather coming in tomorrow night. Did you have anything on that?
I read it briefly. Just, chance of thunderstorms and, heavy weather along with cooling temperatures.
A front coming through, kind of.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any of that information you can get on our website. Okay, we're going to get started then, and I'll go to Kat to introduce item 28, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 28 is case number ZLU-20-12. This is an application by Dushant Gulati, I apologize for the name, for a land use change from residential suburban to residential low and a zoning change from rural residential to single-family residential conditional overlay. The conditional overlay does restrict the maximum number of lots to 7. It establishes the minimum lot width as 80 feet and the minimum lot size as 9,500 square feet. It also requires an additional 5 feet to the minimum setback on the east and south sides of the property. Approval of the application would also reverse and overturn Pinellas County Resolution number 21-27. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who wish to speak on this item must be sworn in. So whether you're attending in person or online, if you could please raise your right hand. And then, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say I do. Thank you. The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. 2 correspondence in opposition have been received related to this public hearing. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you, Kat. Appreciate it. Barry.
So as you're aware, Commissioners, this item was previously heard by you, and so I would ask that Attorney White outline the mediation process, the legal process, and then I would ask for our staff member, Glenn Bailey, to come forward for a staff presentation.
So as you recall, the county administrator referenced, you all did hear this matter previously in April of this year. You denied the request before you at that time. Subsequent to the board's denial, the applicant, acting through his attorney, filed a request with the county pursuant to certain sections of the Florida statutes that entitle them to ask for the mediated process that we did undertake with the applicant, again, via his attorney. Chapter 163, which is really the statutes that have your Growth Management Act and state statute provide for this process, as does Section 70.51 of the Florida statutes, which is commonly referred to as the Land Use and Environmental Dispute Resolution Act. So those are the parameters under which your staff proceeded forward in good faith, mediating with Mr. Gulati, again, with his representatives. In June of this year, there was a mediation that was attended by the parties to this proceeding, which is the county and the applicant, and there were other participants that were able to take part in that process as well, which are some of the neighbors that I think you'll be hearing from this evening. That mediation really was concluded in August of this year with an agreement, a stipulation and agreement between the parties, which is essentially the action that you are going to see before you this evening. Now, I will say, had the parties not reached that stipulated agreement, it would have been up to the magistrate to make some findings as to whether or not, without going into a lot of details, but whether or not he felt your decision back in April was reasonable. We did not reach that point because, again, there was an agreement made between the parties, and that stipulation is in your backup materials in the agenda. But essentially, that agreement is the action that is coming before you tonight. And pursuant to Florida statutes, you can approve, deny, or modify that recommendation.
Thank you, Jewel. And Glenn? Glenn will come up for a presentation, a staff presentation. Hi, Glenn.
Hello, good evening. Glenn Bailey, zoning manager. Okay. So as mentioned, we had a previous board hearing on this, basically this property back in April 27th of this year, where you denied the land use and zoning proposals at a 5-to-1 vote, based primarily on compatibility concerns with surrounding properties west of Winchester Road. In subsequent events, as Jewel mentioned, the applicant filed a request for relief, request for mediation, where the applicant and county staff met in mediation session to explore possible solutions to contested issues resulting in the case denial. Again, neighborhood representatives were invited to attend and comment on the proposed settlement agreement. As a reminder, the subject property is approximately 2.18 acres at 1736 Winchester Road in unincorporated Largo. It's currently vacant except for a barn and a couple sheds. In the future, the requested future land use map amendment from residential suburban, which allows 2.5 units per acre, to residential low, which allows 5 units per acre, and a zoning atlas amendment from RR rural residential to R3CO single family residential conditional overlay. The difference between this one and the first case you heard, the first one did not contain a conditional overlay. Proposed use is single family subdivision as restricted by the conditional overlay. We see an aerial, the location of the subject property. See it's east of Belcher Road, south of Bel Air Road. It's surrounded by a single-family development of various lot sizes. You also have mobile homes in the area, and you have some institutional uses. The elementary school to the south on Belcher Road. You have some apartments as well to the northwest. Parameters of conditional overlay per proposed settlement, there limits the maximum number of lots to 7. Requires a minimum lot size of 9,500 square feet. Requires a minimum lot width of 80 feet. Instead of the R3 standards, that is the same standards you would find in the R1 zoning district. Requires a minimum lot width of, extends the minimum setbacks an extra 5 feet on the east and south property lines. And there's no change in the request for the land use because RL, residential low, is needed to achieve the 7 lots.
Hey, Glenn, it says a plus 5 feet. What is the setback normally?
Okay.
Because it says here, extends the minimum setbacks an extra 5 feet.
So yeah, I'll get into that on this slide here.
Go ahead, sorry.
So we have a settlement proposal comparison, comparing the current zoning, the residential rural, and the original zoning request at R3, and then the settlement proposal, R3 conditional overlay, and the number of lots. Currently, you can get 5 lots in there based on the lot size. Original zoning request R3 would allow up to 11. It was doubtful that they could ever get 11 in there because your requirements to have drainage, internal roadways, things like that, probably couldn't fit those in there. The settlement proposal in R3CO is 7 lots and a minimum lot size in RR 16,000 square feet. The original zoning request would allow up minimum lot size 6,000 square feet, and settlement is 9,500, so it's meeting it in the compromise in the middle there. The minimum lot width, current zoning is 90 feet. The original R3 request was 60, and the agreement R3CO would be 80 feet. Again, in the middle there. And the east property line minimum setback, that's the property line along Winchester Road. The current zoning is RR, and that's what's proposed in the settlement agreement is also 25 feet, same as RR. And the original R3 request would have been 20 feet. And the south line, minimum setback, is where you have 3 lots kind of lined up in a row. The subject property to the south would also be the same as RR, actually an additional 1 foot on this if you have a side setback there. So it's actually a little bit more on settlement. Here we see the future land use. On the left is what's currently residential suburban, and on the right you see the change to kind of a darker yellow there to residential low. You see surrounding area to the east is all residential low. To the west, it's pretty much all residential suburban. You have some various other density land uses in the area. The white area is the city of Largo, who have their own land use. But you see it's predominantly residential, and you have some preservation there along the creek to the south. And here we see the zoning. Surrounding zoning on 3 sides is currently R3. And you see on the left where you have the current RR zoning on the subject property and also the properties to the northwest and the west. And the map on the right shows the R3CO. So you're kind of in the middle between the R3 minimums and the RR minimums. R3 is the dominant zoning in the area. Subject property was actually formerly R3, but it was changed by a previous property owner back in 1977. You can see the compromise represents a transition between the smaller lots that are to the east, you can see there, and the larger lots to the west. And I did a little research, and within 500 feet of subject property, 39 parcels are actually larger than 9,500 square feet, and 41 are smaller. So we're right in the middle of that. So within 500 feet of subject property, 41 lots are smaller than 9,500 square feet, which is the proposal, and 39 are larger. You see a little closer aerial of the subject property. It's looking kind of towards the northeast. You see Winchester Road on the right side. And Lawton Drive to the south. Lawton Drive is a private road, so it's kind of hard to see there, but that property lines actually go to the middle of the street because it is a private road. If it was a public street, typically you would have a 50-foot wide right-of-way there, so the lot sizes are actually larger because they go to the middle of the street. If they went closer, you know, if you had 25-foot on each side, those lots would actually be smaller than they are today. And just for more information, the Lawton Drive, the subdivision down there was put in place in 1950, and the one to the east, where you have the smaller lot sizes, was established in 1952. They're on the same time frame, and they're both predate the zoning code. We see a picture of the subject property from Winchester Road looking to the west in the subject property. And it's looking north and south down Winchester Road. As you might remember, in Winchester, from the last public hearing we had, Winchester Road is substandard. And the developer would have to improve the road in front of the subject property and to the nearest improved roadway. So it'll be up to the developer to actually fund that themselves, to build that and make the improvements to the road that would be necessary. Potential impacts, traffic impacts are very minimal, only 19 additional daily trips. We're only talking about an additional 2 units. In proposed land use and zoning amendments, the surrounding area is a mix of RS, residential, suburban, residential low land use categories, and RR and R3 zoning districts. We feel that this current proposal, as compared to the other proposal, actually increases compatibility with existing properties on the west side of Winchester Road by requiring the larger and wider lots and increased setbacks. We feel it's consistent with the comprehensive plan and consistent with the countywide plan map, which would not require changes. Approval was recommended per the special magistrate, and as Jewel mentioned, your board, you may accept, modify, or reject the recommendation. If you have any questions.
Any questions? Yes, Commissioner Seal.
Just one, Glenn. You said that maybe the applicant will answer this in their presentation, but where are they? Would they go south to connect, or would they go north on Winchester to develop the road?
Right, they could answer that more than I can, but in previous discussion with them is to the north.
To the north?
Right.
And would the road be up to county standards?
Correct, it would have to be.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
With drainage?
Yes.
Okay.
And the road would come from onto their property. It'll move to the west, right? I mean, we're not talking about moving the roadway to the east.
Whether or not the road will actually have to be widened, I can't say right now. I think it's 45 feet in some places, so it might have to be widened. And I would assume that would be true, but Blake Lyons here, you might can answer more definitively on that.
Okay.
Question?
Yeah. Well, he's coming up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the same vein, if they didn't get any changes and they were under the current zoning of 5, would they also be responsible for those road improvements, or?
Yes.
Okay,
Through the plating process and subdivision, yes.
okay, all right, thank you.
Good evening, Blake Lyon, Director of Building and Development Review Services. So yes, Glenn's right. So right now, the roadway is substandard. As we look to that, the actual right-of-way width, if we're developing it in accordance with what we refer to as an urban standard, is a 50-foot width. That's curb and gutter on both sides. If you do a suburban standard, it's actually a 60-foot right-of-way. So both are actually standards within the county. They're just a different design criteria associated with it. One of the things that we've been looking at is that portion of Winchester is not fully improved as you go further to the north. And so what we've been talking with our Public Works colleagues on is making sure that the actual roadway width remains the same width coming down. There is adequate right-of-way within the existing 45 feet to do that and to have the improvements be consistent all the way through. So it would not require additional land dedication through the process. However, if they choose to go a different route, then we would look for dedication on their property side as it extends to the full southern boundary. So it would extend from the existing roadway to the north all the way across their property and stop at their southern boundary. It would not continue past their property. And then as they turn onto the property, the internal roadway and drive aisle would be to those standards as well.
So any land issues would not go to the east?
Yes, they would affect only this property and not any additional properties.
I want to make sure. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. All right. Now have a chance for the applicant to come forward. The applicant will have 20 minutes. If you don't use all of it, we'll keep it in reserve for any rebuttals that you may have. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Pamela Jo Hatley. My address is 14517 North 18th Street, Tampa, Florida. I'm an attorney and I represent Mr. Dushyant Gulati, who is the property owner and applicant. So the request today, as you heard, is for a future land use map amendment to residential low and a rezoning to R3 with a conditional overlay, which would allow up to 7 lots with a minimum width of 80 feet, minimum area of 9,500 square feet, and enhanced setbacks on the south and east property boundaries. The Development Review Committee analyzed the original request in December of 2020, and the staff found that the proposal at that time was consistent with the specific objectives and policies of the Pinellas County Comprehensive Plan. The DRC professional staff also found that the proposal was appropriate for the subject property based on its proximity to locations with the same or similar designations, general compatibility within the surrounding area, limited impacts to infrastructure, consistency with the Pinellas County Comprehensive Plan, and consistency with the countywide plan. Now, regarding the question of compatibility, that is a term that is defined in the Florida statutes. In the Community Planning Act, it's section 163.3164, subparen 9. The statutes define compatibility as a condition in which land uses or conditions can coexist in relative proximity to each other in a stable fashion over time such that no use or condition is unduly negatively impacted directly or indirectly by another use or condition. Compatible does not mean the same as. Now, the DRC professional staff also found that the subject property is adjacent to single-family residential developments of various lot sizes. This is a fact that can be confirmed just by looking at the development on the ground in the surrounding area. These residential developments in this area of various lot sizes have coexisted in relative proximity to each other for many, many years in a stable fashion, and they are not suffering negative impacts from the mere fact that the lots vary in size. This is not a drastic change that the applicant is requesting or an unreasonable request. The subject property's current land use designation would allow a maximum of 2.5 units per acre and would yield up to 5 units. With the land use amendment and the rezoning that is being requested, the subject property would yield up to 7 lots, which is equivalent to 3.2 units per acre. So we're going from 2.5 units per acre to 3.2. Now, the new development will provide a transition from some higher density, smaller lots to the east in the Gulf Breeze Estates subdivision to larger lots west of the subject property. The county's comprehensive plan states one of the locational characteristics for the residential low land use category is to serve as a transition between more suburban and more urban residential areas. So this proposed land use amendment and rezoning would be consistent with that locational characteristic. The comprehensive plan describes the purpose of the residential suburban and residential low land uses exactly the same way, except for the word suburban. The comprehensive plan describes the use characteristics for the residential suburban and the residential low land use categories exactly the same way, except for the word agriculture. So the purpose and use characteristics of the residential suburban and residential low land use categories are almost identical. Both categories allow low-density residential development. And this proposed land use amendment and rezoning will allow low-density residential development that is compatible with surrounding developments in this area, the same way as the existing various lot sizes and the existing developments are compatible with each other and have coexisted in a stable fashion for many years. Now, regarding the nature of this hearing and the evidence before this board, the county's decision on the land use amendment is legislative and must be reasonable and not arbitrary. The county's decision on the rezoning is quasi-judicial and must be supported by competent, substantial evidence. The Florida Supreme Court in DeGroot versus Sheffield defined substantial evidence as such evidence as will establish a substantial basis of fact from which the fact at issue can be reasonably inferred. And competent evidence is sufficiently relevant material that a reasonable mind would accept it as adequate to support the conclusion reached. Florida courts have consistently held that the reports and analyses prepared by a local government's professional staff do constitute competent substantial evidence. Florida courts have also consistently held that the opinion testimony of lay persons is not competent substantial evidence if those persons aren't qualified as experts in those areas. In addition, Florida courts have held that a quasi-judicial hearing is not given for the purpose of polling a neighborhood, and objections of a large number of residents in the affected neighborhood is not a legal sound basis for denial. Now here, the opponents have submitted a petition in which the opponents state that they simply oppose the land use change and the rezoning. This petition, under the law, is not probative of any relevant fact and does not constitute competent substantial evidence. Policy decisions and quasi-judicial decisions should not be made based on polling the neighborhood or objections of a large number of residents. The opinion of laypersons that the proposed development is not compatible with the surrounding uses is not competent substantial evidence. Compatible is a term of art in the planning profession and is designed by law or is defined by law in the statute I just read. The neighboring property owners' conclusory statements that the proposed development is not compatible, or their statements that they prefer the property be developed at a lower density, or conjecture that certain numbers of units or certain sized units, certain sized lots are more compatible. Speculation as to traffic impact, school overcrowding, environmental concerns are not competent substantial evidence because the objecting neighbors are not qualified or haven't qualified themselves to render such opinion testimony, and they have not submitted any expert testimony or other competent substantial evidence to support their claims. On the other hand, the county's professional staff with the Development Review Committee rendered an opinion that the proposed development at residential low density and under R3 zoning regulations is compatible with the surrounding uses. That professional opinion constitutes competent substantial evidence under the law, and there is no competent substantial evidence in the record refuting it. Now, the opposing neighbors have stated that their overriding concern is that the land use amendment and rezoning will set a precedent for the property adjacent to it to the west, and that that property owner will seek to develop some 17 homes. Well, that adjacent property was recently subdivided into 4 lots. 3 lots on Kersey Road have been sold and will be developed into single-family homes. The 4th lot, the larger lot on the interior, was retained by the property owner as their homestead. So if there was any basis for that concern about setting a precedent, that there is no longer such a basis because that property has been subdivided. So we ask that you approve the request for residential low land use designation and R3 zoning with the conditional overlay. And now I would like to bring up Hillary Hepp. She is a Florida licensed professional engineer with Kimley Horn, and she will speak to the proposed 7-lot subdivision layout.
Hi, good evening. My name is Hillary Hepp. My address is 112 Sun Isle Circle, Treasure Island, Florida, 33706. As Pamela stated, I am a civil engineer with Kimley Horn, and Mr. Galati came to us and asked us to provide a layout of the 7 lots so we could determine if the 7 lots would fit within the R3 zoning district requirements, and just to see how the site would lay out. Does everybody have a copy of the site plan in front of them? Okay. It's the top site plan. As you can see, we show 7 lots here, and actually 5 out of the 7 lots have meet the minimum width requirement of the RR zoning, which is 90, and the other 2 lots have the 80 feet, which is of the R3 CO, minimum width requirement. I know one of the concerns was drainage and how would this affect the drainage. As you can see on here, we have a large portion of the lot dedicated to drainage. It's about 15% of the overall site, which should be able to meet the requirements of Pinellas County and the Water Management District so that we are ensuring we are retaining the water and not disrupting the existing drainage patterns. If needed, we will have, swales along the property edge or berms just to ensure that the site, we're not flooding any neighboring properties. All of this will have to be designed, permitted, and approved by Pinellas County and the Water Management District. I also know one of the concerns was that some of the neighbors would have multiple homes in their backyard. As you can see, the way we laid the site out, on the south side, there's the properties to the south, there are 3 lots along this parcel. And as you can see, we have 3 lots. So the lots back up so that there's only 1 home behind each individual lot. And same with the north side. I know there's a larger lot on the northwest corner, but we have the retention laying out there so that each lot will only have 1 home backing up to it, because I know that was one of the concerns. The second, so as you can see, I think this site lays out really well. All the lots are spaced out nicely. You have your retention in the middle. The utility connections are going to be to the north and the south on Pembroke Drive, and to the south near Lawton, there's some existing water lines and sanitary lines. So the developer will have to, connect the utilities there. This plan, this layout has already been reviewed and approved by Pinellas County staff and the City of Largo Fire Department, and they gave preliminary feedback. We have addressed their concerns, and this layout, we have preliminary approval. They're okay with the hammerhead T. The fire department's not going to require a cul-de-sac. As you can see on the second site plan that we have here, I know at the previous meeting there was mention that maybe only 8 lots would fit. As you can see, the second site plan here, we were actually able to lay out 10 lots. If we weren't going to have the conditions, if Mr. Galati wasn't going to make the compromise for the 7 lots, you could in fact fit 10 lots. So I just wanted to show that he is compromising with the conditional rezone, and that he is fitting, going down to the 7 lots to try to appease and compromise. One more thing I wanted to mention was the permitted land uses. The permitted land uses for RR zoning and R3 zoning are very similar. And some of the ones that are allowed in the current zoning are a short-term vacation rental. Let's see here. We have a wireless communication tower, land filling or excavation operations. These uses are allowed with the current zoning. So I think that the 7 lots, the larger, the medium-sized lots, is a much nicer compromise than somebody coming in and building a landfill or a cell phone tower or, you know, vacation rentals. So that's all. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions for either the attorney or the civil engineer? Not right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And you'll have about 6.5 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, I have a gentleman, Leo Torres, who is going to be speaking for Wolfgang Wunsch. Will you raise your name? Raise your hand when I call your name. Wolfgang Wunsch. Oh, thank you. Gail McGlathery. Thank you. Victoria Bostwick. Thank you. And Ann, I didn't get the last name. It starts with a D. Okay, thank you. All right, so you'll have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Let me just see how this works. Okay, thank you. Obviously, the property owners in the area don't want any existing land use laws or zoning laws changed. We feel that the mediation compromise is already in the existing law. Sorry, I'm jumping around here. Didn't have time. We feel that the parcel currently has 0 homes on it. He originally wanted to put 10. Any reasonable mind would come up with a mediated compromise of 5. Existing law allows 5. So we feel that the board got it right the first time when they denied his request to change land use and zoning laws. And they cited these multiple parts of the comprehensive plan and the Florida future land use management plan, all related to compatibility. I'm not an attorney, but I can read. The denial was because not compatible with surrounding areas, therefore inconsistent with the Pinellas County Comprehensive Plan. Designations of future land use maps shall be compatible with the land uses of the surrounding area. Everything on here states the lack of compatibility with existing laws. By laws, I'm talking land use and zoning. The one in the middle there is the most important, where urban infill, which is what this is, urban infill development should be compatible with and support the integrity and viability of the existing residential neighborhoods. Since we're talking about compatibility, I'll jump right ahead here. Sorry, I didn't have enough time to prepare as I did before. Okay. Here's the lot sizes currently. The average lot size is over 20,000 square feet. So even with this proposed compromise of 9,500 square feet, that's less than half of the average. I didn't even include the large lot in the center there, which is, if I included that, it would be an average lot size of about 26,000 square feet, which means his proposed compromise would be almost 1/3 the average lot size currently in the neighborhood. The land use change, as you can see, everything's residential suburban. We don't understand as property owners why they want to change the residential low. Doesn't make sense. Why not change it to residential high? Why not retail, manufacturing? It makes as much sense to us. It's not compatible, as you can see. Everything's residential suburban. Change to residential low will not be compatible in any way, no matter how you slice it from just, I guess I'm a lay person. And I'm going to jump to the, well, okay, at the end of the conclusion for their denial resolution, they talk about, compatibility with surrounding areas qualifies as a rational, legitimate public health, safety, welfare basis for denying the subject's application. The county asserts Mr. Galati was not being deprived of the rights and land uses enjoyed by surrounding property owners, nor does it leave him with a development option that is much less compatible with the surrounding area. I just want to talk about the process for a second. This is Webster's definition of mediation, where you have an impartial party assisting interested parties in compromising. And they keep citing these two statutes, 163.3181. I read the whole statute. Maybe 10% deals with his ability to appeal and apply for mediation. 80% of it is about public participation. Look at the name of the statute, public participation. We went to the January 30th mediation, requested participation, told, hold on. 4 hours later, meeting over. We didn't have to speak one word. 2 months later, August 30th, another mediation. We show up expecting to hopefully get involved. The deal was done. What we're discussing tonight, what's it called? Dispute Resolution Act. It was signed, done deal. They're violating statutes here. This one about public participation talks about consideration response to the public comments. The legislature's intent is that the public participate to the fullest extent possible. Local planning agencies and government agencies direct and adopt procedures designed to provide effective public participation. This is our first participation in this whole mediation, resolution, relief process, and we appreciate the time. The next resolution, 7051, same thing. It's all about public being involved in taking care of their neighborhoods. I'm not going to read this because I don't run out of time, but the language in the resolution we're discussing tonight is very disappointing. They talk about the mediation session was attended by other interested party members of the public, and members of the public were afforded an opportunity to address the proposed settlement recommendation. That is an outright falsehood. Below, the mediation sessions were informal in nature and directed toward both full and complete discussion of the issues and identification of acceptable terms and solutions to all those interested in appearing. That is a complete false statement. The proposed settlement attempts to address both the prior concerns raised by the BOCC and any concerns that have been raised by either party or members of the public who participated in Section 70. That's a false statement. We didn't participate at all. This is our first participation. It's very disappointing. Okay, mediation. Latin word, mediare, to meet in the middle. Okay, this is what I brought up first. The existing laws already solve this issue. I was originally going to talk about this. The attorney or the other player kind of took away a little bit of my steam, but as far as I know, the 11 versus 7, the 11 wasn't true because they got to build a retention pond and egress for utility vehicles, emergency vehicles. So really 8 is the real number. I don't know where they came up with 10. I guess if you allow the 9,500 square foot, then 10, I guess you can fit 10 in there. What I'm getting at is the real number is 8. That was a conditional order he agreed to at the public hearing. In fact, Commissioner Eggers' one dissenting vote for denial mentioned the fact that he agreed to build 8. 8 is all he can really build based on a real mediated amount of. Okay, the same issue stands with the 5 now. He can't build 5 now. He has to build 4 because he has to put a stormwater, drainage, retention pond, streets, and so on. So the real numbers are 8 and 4. The real conditional order number should be 6 homes at 11,000 square feet minimum. The 11,000 is exactly between the 6 and the 16. So if there is some kind of conditional order that you consider modifying this agreement to, it would be for 6 homes at 11,000 square feet. That makes sense to us lay people. I wasn't going to get into economics, but since it's written in writing throughout the ordinance, the resolution, the request for relief, where him and his attorney provided a letter stating, your denial was unreasonable and unfair. Here, let me find it. Because he was proposing, compatible development. I think we've addressed the compatibility issue. It's not compatible. And then he states that the board denial leaves Mr. Gulati with much less, they use the 2 words, much less, economic viability compared to surrounding owners in the property, in the surrounding property owners in the neighborhood. Understood. Commissioner Flowers mentioned last time, because I brought up the price he paid, that the ability for citizens to take advantage of advantageous real estate issues is the American way. I agree. Congratulations to Mr. Gulati. He got the deal of the century on this property. He paid $225,000 for 2.2 acres. Let me give you a couple of comps. Just above Kersey Road there, about a year or 2 before he purchased that property, a little over an acre sold for over $600,000. As mentioned earlier, within the past 30 days, those 3 lots in the middle of that highlighted area there, each sold for $150,000, a little over an acre. So less than half the land for twice the cost of what he paid. I'm not saying, bully for him. I'm glad he got a great deal, but he cannot. He's hanging his hat on the board being unreasonable, unfair, denying him economic viability compared to everyone else in the neighborhood, and not to mention compatibility. I got a minute and a half. Any questions?
Any questions? Yes, Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to, I guess I'll address this to Jewel or whoever was there during the mediation process. If we have individuals who are there to speak, pro or con, did we afford them the opportunity to speak?
What I'm going to do is ask David Sadowski from my staff to come on up, because he was the participant from my office in this proceeding. While he's coming up here, what I will tell you is the statute that does provide for this process is very specific, that the parties to the proceeding are the local government, which is the county, and the property owner, and that all others who participate, meaning surrounding property owners, and it specifically speaks to property owners, it specifically states that they will be permitted to participate but shall not be granted party or intervener status. Okay. So while they have the opportunity to participate and express concerns, they don't rise to the level of a party. And, I make that distinction between parties and participants because parties are afforded greater rights in part of the process.
In other words, parties can speak to, participants can sit, view, hear, and listen, but not necessarily speak to or against.
And I'll invite David up to answer those questions for you.
I'm just trying to get some clarity on that.
Understood.
Thank you,
Well,
Ms.
I was basing, I'm sorry. The 7.51, paragraph 12 there is part of what talks about any owner's land is contiguous to the owner's property and substantially affect the person who submitted oral or written testimony, sworn or unsworn, of a substantive nature, which stated.
Sir, you've had your chance to.
Okay, I'm just saying.
I'm just asking questions, so yeah, if you'd allow him to please.
Am I done?
But thank you. No, you may want to stay there. I may have a question of you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think you have a minute.
David Sadowski, Assistant County Attorney. So there were 2 mediated sessions. One was on June 30th. And at the end of the first session on June 30th, it was a continuance because there was no meeting of the minds between staff and the applicant. And then there was discussion, and we came up with a mediated solution that we brought it back at the second mediation session, which was on August 30th, and it was brought before the special magistrate. He reviewed it. He thought it was appropriate. And then the participants were given the opportunity to address the proposal. And I think Mr. Torres and Ms. Farrington were given the opportunity to talk, and they both spoke toward the proposal. I think they were against it at that time, but they did have the opportunity to address it. The special magistrate took their testimony under consideration and then issued a joint stipulation, which you have before you.
So they were allowed to speak. They were allowed to share their concerns.
Yes.
Okay. So I know what we had before, and I just want to clarify my comment when I said, it's the American way or it's capitalism. What I mean by that is a person has the ability, because I don't want anyone to think that I just feel like you can go out and buy whatever you want to buy, and people shouldn't have any say over what you're doing in their community. But individuals do have an opportunity to purchase whatever, but they still have to follow whatever the permitting is, whatever the zoning is, if they're coming into that community, in that neighborhood to build. So that's what I meant by that. I didn't want anyone to think I was talking down to them when I made that comment. My other question is for the compromise number that we're talking about now that's being presented on today. The size being proposed to build these specific homes, are there any other homes in that area that's currently zoned RS that are the size or larger than the homes that are being than the size or the lot width of the homes that are being requested through this item.
I think I'll ask Mr. Bailey to come in and address that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yes, there are larger homes in the area to the west and to the north and to the south. The west side of Winchester Road has larger homes than 9,500 square feet. There are a couple that are smaller, but most of them are larger. It's when you get on the east side where you get the smaller lots.
Okay. So we've come down from the original number, the original request. The magistrate has stated that they approved the compromise that was made instead of doing the 5 homes that was that individuals are saying they should only be allowed to build 5 homes in this area based on current zoning. They're requesting additional zoning that would allow them to build more homes. The compromise is now 6?
7.
7, one more. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
David, just real quick, you made a comment that during the original session, there was no agreement
Correct.
reached. Then you went on to say something about, then we reached an agreement, and at the next meeting, we brought something to the magistrate. So my question was, I was just asking, because I don't know, the mediation process itself, doesn't that have to take place within the held meeting? Or can you negotiate outside the meeting? And I just want to make sure I heard it correctly.
I believe you can negotiate outside the mediation, but you bring it to the mediation before the magistrate. So
Okay.
the magistrate, who's acting as somewhat of a judge in this matter, wasn't involved when the 2 parties were talking outside of it, but we brought it back before him and presented the proposal to him. And he reviewed the proposal at the second mediation session on August 30th, and he approved it.
I just want to make sure about procedures to make sure that was
Correct.
fine. So that answers my question. Anybody else have any questions right now? Mr. Torres, you had 1 minute left, and we cut. No, it's okay. No, it's all right.
I just wanted to state that, someone just stated that were able to speak at the mediation. The deal was signed, sealed, and delivered, and then we were asked for our comment, which we said, we don't accept it, we're going to ask the board to reject. We don't, so we did speak, but it was already a done deal. So it was a little confusing the way it was presented just now, I thought. Okay. So I just want to make that clear.
That's fine. Appreciate that. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Galati, I was looking at the pros, and I obviously had your attorney, but I did not call on you. Did you want to speak? Because okay, that's fine. Just want to make sure. And Leo, you've spoken, and now we have 4 others against, and so I'll ask Carrick Meeks, and then Kim Farrington, and they're not here right now. Okay. I mean, doesn't have to be in this order, so I don't want to rush anybody. Is Kim Farrington here? Okay, they're both, okay. Oh, there she is, okay. Hello, welcome.
How are you guys doing today? Sorry, baby.
No, it's okay, no problem.
Okay, so I'm Carrie Meeks. I'm on 1712 Winchester Road. So I am east to the property. And I want to thank you first for taking the time to listen to us. I am still opposed to the current request of the recommended compromise. First of all, a little personal. I moved to this area because of the property sizes, the privacy, the nature that can be seen, and their wonderful rural feeling. I know it's opinion-based. It is family-friendly, where we can enjoy a night out stargazing, where there are no lights, and we listen to the sounds of nature. But all is said, we need to stay consistent and set precedents on the future developers. As you heard, Mr. Galari's lawyer, there was 3 lots purchased by an LLC company. on Kersey Road. We cannot say it's going to stay a single family unless he's the one that's purchased that and he already knows that. But as for me, I do not know that, and I want to keep that precedence and consistency. I am a Pinellas County native, born and raised here. This area is a true gem of where we live for the peacefulness, along with Allen's Creek right there. If we continue to develop in these areas, we're going to see these little spots disappear with the nature that we have. The property that was developed on Kersey Road is a perfect example. So adjacent on Company Road, houses are right next to each other. There is no land, and it sticks out a sore thumb because it does not look like the other areas. So his lawyer brought up evidence. You know, I can't speak to evidence, but one of my main concerns is what evidence has been brought to here. So have the risk really carefully been thought of? Example, did you know an average person can produce 1,700 pounds of trash a year, and that means just under 7,000 pounds for a household of 4 people. And why is this an important fact? Well, we're right next to Allen's Creek, which the reserve, which flows right into the Tampa Bay area. You can follow it right into the Tampa Bay. This area is growing with developments, not just in our area, but the townhomes on Bel Air, the apartments going up on 19 right in that frontier area, and within the immediate area, they're still developing. This can increase the risk of pollution to the Tampa Bay waters, and we all know what happened to St. Pete with that scenario. So we would need to take that into consideration. What evidence do we have that we can stop that or prevent it? Other risk includes forcing out the killing of nature. We have hawks, cardinals, owls, rabbits. You know, he's going to have to cut down trees to make room for these lots. I understand that. But where would they go? How are we going to have that beauty here? We might have to consider local schools. If we develop them into the families, Belcher Elementary is that school there with the townhomes and everything. Everything's being zoned for there. So in the end, that could possibly mean we need to look at rezoning the schools, or how are we going to rezone the neighborhoods, something to take into consideration. Yes, we're going to have increase on traffic. He said maybe 2 units, but with all the other development, you're increasing traffic on 19 and Belcher, which would increase the traffic accidents and even pedestrian accidents. And I don't think we have seen a fair assessment of traffic. The last thing I want to mention is risk of Mother Nature and hurricanes. Due to the new possible Allen's Creek with the flooding, the zones have changed. So A and B flood zones are the main area, which will cause, you know, more people needing to evacuate and shelter.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Kim Farrington, and then Hillary Hepp, and then Jessica Junick.
Hillary Hepp was our engineer.
Oh, Hillary is, okay, sorry about that. So we have Kim Farrington and then Jessica.
Thank you for your time. My husband and I are against the rezoning of 17.
Could you state your name and your address, please?
My name is Kim Farrington. I live at 1718 Dorchester Road.
Go ahead.
My backyard is the entrance to the property at this time. My husband and I are against the rezoning. We're concerned about the lights, the new construction where if they face the road, they're going to have lights on their front yard, which is going to be in my backyard, in my bedroom. Right now, there's not one street light in our neighborhood. They're going to have to put up more street lights on Winchester, so that would mean I would have street lights now. I moved here because there was no lights. I left Pinellas Park, moved to Clearwater because it was nice and quiet and dark and we could do the things that we like to do. Also, the road's going to need to be widened. It's already narrow, but my backyard, my garage faces Winchester Road. So am I going to lose parking? Am I going to lose access to my garage? It can't be moved. It's a permanent structure. If they cut down the trees, we won't hear the owls and the cardinals and the woodpeckers and all that good stuff. And the other thing is they just sold all those properties on Kersey. We don't know what they're going to do with those properties. We have no idea what the zoning's going to be. They're zoned rural right now also. If you make a precedence and zone this for whatever we're rezoning it for, then you're going to what if these people go in and rezone the houses on Kersey for not being rural? So we're asking that we keep everything as it is, so we would like everything to stay rural. And that's basically all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and also that there's only 2 entrances. There's one on Kersey and one on Lancaster. You can't get out, so people cut through all the time, not realizing they can't get to 19 coming through our area.
Okay, thank you. Jessica? Junick, I think? It's Jurek. Oh, Jurek, okay. She'll give that to her. She'll pass them out for you. Okay. Please introduce yourself and your address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm Jessica Jurek. I live at 2232 Lawton Drive. I know that something was brought up about us owning halfway into the yard. That's my street. I'm on Lawton Drive there. So my home backs up directly to the Winchester lot in question. I'm opposed to the changes because my home, along with the other homes that are directly touching the property, are much larger than the 9,500 square foot minimum and the 80-foot wide minimum criteria. I gave you the aerial just so you can see how our properties touch, and mine is the one that's in green. So my land size in public records is listed as 98 feet wide. On the map, it says 97. There's a discrepancy, but that means my lot is over 15,000 square feet. Even if I take out like 10 feet for the road, because we own halfway in, we're still at over 14,000 square feet for our lot size. The 2 homes that are next to me, backing up to the property, are also 92 feet wide, and they're over 14,000 square feet. And the only other 2 homes that are actually touching the property are on the north side. One's 135 feet wide, and it's over 18,000 square feet, and the other is 143 feet wide, almost 44,000 square feet. So sticking the community of homes allowing only 9,500 square feet and 80 feet minimum widths is just non-conforming. The surrounding lots are almost double in size, and in some cases they are more than double in size. The only homes in the neighborhood that have property lines that don't align with each other are those that are exceptionally larger lots, closer to half an acre, where they have so much land in between that it doesn't really affect the homes that sit on them. But it will negatively affect our property values to have multiple rear neighbors with significantly smaller lots. We're going to be putting a pool in next year, and at this rate, if we do have the 80-foot minimum, we're going to have our pool overlooking 2 different homes with a fence line in the middle, because that's just going to be it's just not really conforming to a normal rear neighbor. I know that the applicant points out there are a lot of smaller lots existing in the surrounding area, but those are sitting in a different subdivision called Gulf Breeze Estates. And then, of course, those new builds on Kersey, those are a separate subdivision community. Our community where our homes sit and the lot sits are in Pinellas Groves. It's hard to see the distinction from an aerial, but if you were to just drive through the neighborhood, you would see the difference. It's a completely different layout. So the applicant Gulati was really nice before when we were going through back and forth. He let me sit down on a meeting with him and an architect just to kind of go over the lot sizes because the biggest concern that I had was the lot sizes and having multiple neighbors. The architect told us that in order to prevent having multiple rear neighbors and to keep the lot sizes similar, the build would have to be limited to 5 homes, possibly 6 homes, depending on how the space was utilized. Of course, I know there's a site plan. I haven't seen it. I don't know if he has to stick to it, if that's what he's, but just want to point out that that architect said that up to 6 homes possibly could fit and allow the same lot sizes. So our home's been a dream come true. It's our forever home. We're not going anywhere. We're growing there and dying. So please just help us keep that integrity intact. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other question? I don't think there's any other cards, and we had how much time? 6 minutes and 34 seconds. If the attorney would like to come forward for any rebuttal.
Again, I'm Pamela Jo Hatley. I'm an attorney. I represent Mr. Gulati. So just to address some of the comments that were made, first of all, Mr. Torres admits he's a layperson. So as I mentioned earlier, he isn't a professional planner. He's not qualified to present opinion testimony on compatibility, and therefore any claims to not being compatible is not competent substantial evidence coming from a layperson. Regarding the mediation process, the mediation was conducted by David Mechanic, who is a mediator and a land use lawyer, and it was conducted according to statute. And I wanted to just point out, Section 163-3181 is the statute under which Mr. Galati requested mediation for the land use question. So there's two separate processes here. And that section states that if a local government denies an owner's request for amendment to a comprehensive plan, then the local government must afford the owner informal mediation or other dispute resolution. So that is that process. The other process for the rezoning, the development order, is under Section 70.51. And in that statute, it states that persons, adjacent property owners and persons who will be affected may be permitted to participate, but shall not be granted party status or intervenor status, and the participation of such persons is limited to addressing issues raised regarding alternatives, variances, and other types of adjustments. And that's exactly what happened. Once we had something to present, then presented it to the residents, and they had an opportunity to comment on it. The professional staff opinion is competent substantial evidence, as I pointed out, and the portions of the comprehensive plan that were referred to by Mr. Torres were exactly those provisions of the comprehensive plan that the professional staff found this request was consistent with in their report. If you look at the DRC's report, those provisions of the comprehensive plan were found, that the request was found consistent with it. Lot sizes, and I did do some research on lot sizes in this area, and particularly I found that there were subdivisions just north of Kersey Road that have 80 feet wide and lots and 8,800 square feet area, the Kersey Grove subdivision. The Cypress Villa subdivision is also just across Kersey Road, and this is on the west side of Winchester, has lots that are 50 feet wide and 6,000 square feet in area. The Rose Tree Oaks subdivision is just to the south of Lancaster Drive and has 80-foot wide lots and about 9,800 square foot lots. So the staff is right. This area does have various lot sizes, and these lots have existed for many, many years, together and have not had negative impacts on each other. Mr. Bailey pointed out that there were, about half the lots are less than 9,500 square feet, and about half the lots are greater than 9,500 square feet in that area. So these lot sizes of 9,500 square feet, as Mr. Bailey testified, is right in the middle. It's right in the median. The other testimony tonight that came from citizens expressed concerns and a very strong desire to keep the property the way it is. So not cut down any trees, not develop anything there, because they enjoy the wildlife and they enjoy the birds and they enjoy the forest. And I can't blame them there. I would enjoy that too. But the fact is the property has land use entitlements and can develop. The staff, the professional staff, found in their report that this development would create minimal impacts to roads and infrastructure. So that's the professional opinion of staff. That's competent and substantial evidence. Regarding lights, the county might require street lights. Under the current zoning, the same thing would be required, and the property could be developed. So it won't stay the way it is. Regarding Ms. Jurek's concerns, she will not have two homes behind her. The engineer testified that the lot layout is such that there will be one home behind her lot, not two. And the engineer is an expert in what she does, in creating site plans, and Ms. Jurek did not qualify herself as such. So the competent substantial evidence before you tonight shows what the site plan, or at least the plan is, if it is approved that way. I believe that's all I have. If the board has any questions for me or for the engineer, we're here.
I was just going to ask staff a question about where did the requirement for lights on county roads come from? I've heard that introduced a couple of times now. I'm not talking about potentially within the subdivision, but that's not a standard on our roads, is it? So if it is, I've got a lot of roads that don't have lights, so.
Yeah, good evening. Blake Line, Director of Building and Development Review Services. You're correct. We do have a standard. If a development is proposing to put in streetlights, they must be consistent with the county standard and the Transportation and Design Manual, but there's not a requirement to install the streetlights. So if a development is proposing streetlights, we have a standard by which those are regulated, but it's not required to do that.
But that's within the subdevelopment.
No, that's on the, so we have two different standards. There's a street light standard, and then there's an outdoor lighting standard. The outdoor lighting standard is within the subdivision on the private property. That has requirements in that provision of the code that requires it to be shielded from adjacent property. You can't do what they call light trespass, which would be shining into the neighbors. You have to shield it and do that. That's the outdoor standard within the subdivision. Then we have actual roadway lighting, and roads of certain designations are required to have it, but it's not an obligation. Is that clear?
Yeah, it's not registering, but so let me just be specific.
Okay.
On Winchester Road, which is a substandard road that might be widened, does that can that street have lights, or can we say no lights on that street? I mean,
there is
that's
not
a public street. I mean,
to my understanding, there is not a requirement to install street lights there. If the developer proposes street lights, there is a standard by which they have to do that.
Okay.
But it's not an obligation at this point.
Okay, but if we, again, I think the idea here was that we can amend this thing.
If you're so choosing to require that as part of the development, then that's within the board's purview.
My concern is, and I heard from the attorney several times that talked about these folks don't provide any competent, whatever the word was, testimony.
Yeah.
And yet they live there, and they have an understanding of the community and what the presence of it is. And part of that are streetlights. I mean, I'm not talking about within the subdivision. That's a different story. I'm talking about the street leading up to it, which is more affecting the community that's there. So I just wanted to make sure I was clear on.
Yeah, there's not a requirement to install streetlights on Winchester.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, he's walking away. Wait.
You can't get away fast enough, Blake.
Sorry. Blake, I'm so sorry. I just had a total blank when you started to walk away with your name, but thank you for coming back.
Sure.
My understanding, tell me if I'm wrong, there could be a partnership, right, between the developer and, let's just pretend, Duke Energy, and they could have those lovely little street lamps that are powered by solar. Isn't that right?
Yes, there are different options available to do that. So again, when you work with Duke Energy or development, part of what you're looking for is the size and capacity of that roadway. How quickly are the vehicles traveling that roadway allowed to do that? That can set different design parameters for those streetlights. So if you go out to a major roadway, a big arterial, you'll see the larger Cobra heads. They tend to put out more light. The goal is at faster rates of speed, you want ample visibility that can be provided. On a much smaller scale, local roadway, to your point, you can do a lower scale light, a more pedestrian scale light. There is no obligation to do the higher lighting standard.
Which in some of the neighborhoods that I'm aware of is aesthetically very lovely and quite quaint.
Yes.
The way they do that. So that's kind of sort of an option. And yeah, I just wanted to make that point.
You're absolutely right. That is an option.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Justice.
Thank you. This is for the applicant. I just want to be clear that we had the one resident who was concerned about the lot lines lining up with her property. So the graphic that you've provided, those property lines line up perfectly with the three properties that are south of the proposed development?
I'm going to have Ms. Hepp address that question, please.
Hillary Hepp. I cannot attest that they line up perfectly right at this moment, but they are definitely in line. As you can see, there's 3 lots to the south that lines up with the subject property, and we're showing 3 lots on the south property line. So, and they're all evenly distributed along that length of the property.
Well, the 2 that are to the east are more of a square shape, and the one that's to the west is more of a north-south rectangle. So that lines up with the 3 properties to the south.
Yeah, so the one on the the southwest portion, the property there is only 80 feet wide, but it shares the roadway as well. So they won't have 2 homes backing up to their property. There still is only going to be 1 home backed up to each one.
And then what's the space between the back of the proposed home, lot 5 or 4, and the current residence that's to the south? How much space do we have in easements between the 2 houses?
The required setback with the conditional use, R3, is 15 feet.
Well, no, it's 25 on that south side.
The south side is 15, the east side is 25.
No, the south side has an enhanced.
It is enhanced from the R3 zoning, which is only 10. So it's, instead of 10 feet, it's 15 feet.
Yeah, but on that, just on the same question, on the 2 lots in the subdivision, they're 80 feet wide each, starting from the eastern. So there's 2 lots, they total 160 feet.
For lots 4 and 5?
Yes,
They're actually 90 feet wide.
90 feet, 180.
Yeah, 80 is what we're changing the requirement to, but we were able to make those 2 lots 90 feet so that they line up. They're more in line with the lots to the south.
Okay, so that was what I was getting at. 'Cause
Yes.
we're only requiring 80, right?
Yes.
But you're making them 90 so that they're more in line with...
Correct.
Okay, all right. Because that didn't make any sense, how they were lining up, I think, to the point that she was trying to make. It didn't seem like an 80-foot would line up, so...
Right.
I understand what you've done now. So the 90-foot is more in line with the, it looks like, she says 98 feet, and then the second one looks like it's 92 feet in the subdivision to the south.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So they're close.
Right, but they don't line up perfectly, but they're very close.
I got you. Okay, just want to make that clarification. Any other questions of the applicant? Yes, Commissioner Seal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 2 questions. One question is, Ms. Hepp, I believe that you talked about the table of uses and you attached those for both rural residential and also for single-family residential R3 allowable uses. And in your presentation, you mentioned that short-term vacation rentals would be permitted under a type 1 review, as well as wireless communication towers in rural residential. With this proposal, though, to R3, aren't those 2 uses still allowable uses?
They are allowable uses.
Okay, I just wanted that clarified for the record.
Yes.
The second question that I have is, you gave us this layout with the lot sizes, but you didn't give us compatibility on this north, south, and west side as far as what those lot sizes are.
Okay.
Would you agree with the presenter about what she presented with the lot sizes that are surrounding it currently?
That the lot sizes surrounding are larger?
Yes.
Are you asking that?
Yes.
As the city staff stated, there are varying lot sizes in this area.
Surrounding it directly?
To the
north, west, and south. Aren't those bigger lots?
They are larger lots than the lots that is showing on the site plan. Okay. But as I mentioned previously, the lots line up. We have been able to line up the lots so that we are addressing their concerns of having multiple homes in their backyard. With the way this is laid out, they will only line up with 1 other home in their backyard. The lots are shorter, so smaller, but they are the same width so that they all line up. So we were able to address that concern.
Yeah, on that north side, you pivoted that, right? You
That's
pivoted,
right.
So it's the long side.
So that's right. And they'll have the retention in a home in their backyard on the larger lot to the north instead of 2 homes.
But I'm strictly talking, you kept emphasizing as the attorney about compatibility. And right next door to this particular development are bigger lots surrounding it.
Sure.
Okay, I just want that for the record.
That is correct. However, the statutory definition of compatibility is not the same as. It is that a condition or a lot or a land use can coexist and not have detrimental impacts on it. And as staff found and was testified tonight, there are many different sizes of lots in this area, and they have been there for many years and have not had a detrimental impact on each other. So it's the statutory definition of compatibility that is the competent substantial evidence that should be relied on by the board.
So do you have a statutory definition of compatibility that's in state law?
Yes. I quoted it tonight, and if you'll give me just a second, I'll find it for you again. Thank you. It's in the Community Planning Act at section 163.3164, subparent 9. And the Florida statute defines compatibility as a condition in which land uses or conditions can coexist in relative proximity to each other in a stable fashion over time, such that no use or condition is unduly negatively impacted or directly or indirectly by another use or condition. So it doesn't mean the same as. And the word compatible is actually a term of art used by planning professionals. And when they think of compatibility, it's different than what lay people might think of compatibility as being, this is different than that. And that is true, this is different than that. But can they coexist together and not have negative impacts on each other? And that's the key to compatibility.
But who is the one who makes that interpretation as to what is
in this
compatible?
case, thank you. In this case, it's for one, the county's professional staff. So the development review staff found that this use is compatible with the general area and with
their
the land
opinion.
Use, and yes, their professional opinion. And under Florida law, Florida courts have found that staff opinions, professional staff opinions and analyses are competent substantial evidence. And because this is a quasi-judicial hearing, the decision of this board has to be supported by competent substantial evidence.
Correct. Now, thank you very much. I
Yes,
have a
ma'am.
question for Jewel. Land use with the current RS and changing it to RL, that is a legislative decision, correct?
The land use, yes, correct, legislative.
Okay. If you did not change the land use, would this zoning be able to be changed?
No, it would not.
Okay. Are we allowed to bifurcate the issue?
You could certainly entertain that.
Okay. Thank you.
I think I had about 1 minute left on rebuttal. May I take that, please?
Is that what you said? Yeah, a minute. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to address the question. The land use decision is indeed a legislative decision, and I did cover that in my initial case. The legislative decision must not be unreasonable or arbitrary, and that's the standard. And so I would just suggest that if the motivation is to keep the rezoning from going forward by knocking the legs out of it with the denial of the land use, is that unreasonable? Is that arbitrary?
Well, I do want to emphasize for the record that currently, of course, this land currently has development rights, and I am not one to take that away from the person bought the property with this zoning and with this land use already. So you have rights to develop the land as it was purchased.
And just in closing, professional staff did find that the land use request and the rezoning were consistent with the county's comprehensive plan and the countywide plan.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
your time now is expired. So any other questions for staff? Yes, Commissioner Flowers.
Since this is a quasi-judicial proceeding where we are to look at the facts and finding of law, and we make our decisions based on those facts and findings, to include the findings from the magistrate and how he, I think it was a he, derived to his opinion, to his finding, his finding based on mediation between staff and the landowner who purchased this property for the intended use of constructing something on it. So in that fact and finding, we've heard concerns about lot sizes and the end product not resembling what's within this particular development. Because yes, there are other developments surrounding that would be compatible to what the proposed bill is. But these are individual subdivisions. I thought I heard someone say this area was a subdivision, and some of the other ones with the smaller homes in them, those are different subdivisions. Within those subdivisions, does staff know if there are any covenants related to those subdivisions that address building standards? Some subdivisions have that.
Yeah, usually HOA.
Do we know if there's anything related to this subdivision that has certain standards?
That's, talk about private deed restrictions, things like
Yes.
that. No, we do not look at those things.
Okay. And
But they will be bound by the development regulations that the county has in place for those properties. So in other words, the zoning, the land use, and all of the other standards that would apply, at the time that the subdivision was originally built. So those standards would continue to apply, but I agree, we don't normally pull the private restriction because they're not ours to enforce.
okay. I will tell you that I will say this. I'm still just a little, even though I've read what the state statute says as it relates to who the party is and who the party is not, I'm still a little concerned that comment was not allowed until after a proposed mediation. I understand why, because the parties are the county and the developer. So yes, they have an opportunity to communicate, negotiate. I still just have a little bit of heartburn because if you take the literal intent of what is written, you would come to the conclusion, I'm coming to the conclusion, that they would be invited to share prior to any agreement on a mediation. However, in reading further, under sections 163.3181, it does further address that. But I'm just saying I have just a little concern because we typically allow for that communication and dialogue to happen. If not, then why even let them in the room? Now, I will say this to the persons who oppose this. Whenever you have this much space in a county that is as densely populated as we are, it is very attractive for development. So whether it was 5 homes or 6 homes, you still will have some of the same things to occur. A roadway will need to be built or widened. Lighting will need to be put in, all of those things that accompany a development. And there's no, if you're telling me that there's nothing within the subdivision covenant that says that homes will only be this size, then there's nothing really here that says we have to tell that developer he has to build homes this size, you know, with larger lot sizes. So, and the last thing I'm going to say, Mr. Chair, is, and this is not being mean to anybody, but one thing I've learned when listening to things where there are quasi-judicial proceedings, when residents come, they know they're not experts, you know, but they are presenting a case in the best way that they can based on all the research that they do. Some hire an attorney, some aren't able to, but I don't like for us to kind of put persons down because they are not quote-unquote legal experts. They are experts in the quality of life in the area in which they live. And they're speaking, in my opinion, factually as an expert based on the quality of life of where they live. So it's not legally, you know, a professional opinion. I am not an architect, I'm not a developer, I'm not a contractor, but I sit in the seat to give a finding and fact of law based on whatever the decision is for the day. So I just kind of wanted to share that. I don't want the residents to feel like they didn't present information factually or that could be considered something that we should listen to when we are making our decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Flowers. I just had a question on the magistrate process because I just want to make sure I'm clear. The two parties come up with an agreement, and with that agreement, the residents weigh in on, and the magistrate actually makes the final decision based on the agreed to recommendation and the input from the public.
That is certainly how the process is contemplated to occur. That is, again, my understanding of what did in fact occur based upon the conversations I've had with my staff attorney that attended those 2 sessions that you've heard about. And again, I know that I've already stated this, but parties are conferred greater status to proceedings such as this mediation, and neighbors are going to be considered participants. You know, it certainly means, you know, we want to hear from you during that process, get your thoughts, but, you know, again, I want to say this the right way, but they're not given quite the heightened standard of participation in that process, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, but I mean, they could have somebody representing them, an engineer that could refute items in that. And that would be taken into account, just like any other evidence, that the magistrate would take that into account.
Well, the magistrate in this process, keep in mind, there wasn't a hearing, there wasn't an independent, I guess I'll call it that, decision rendered by the magistrate because of the agreement that were reached by the 2 parties to the proceeding. And if you read the magistrate's order that is in here, he, you know, said that he felt that it essentially was a reasonable compromise and that he recommended that the board act favorably upon it. So that was the conclusion reached by the magistrate. So there wasn't like a hearing in the sense of a trial.
I understand.
I'll put it that way.
And if I could add one other bit of context for your consideration, and I think it speaks to Commissioner Flowers' comments. One of the pieces that I wanted to note is that the first settlement process, there was not a meeting of the minds, as Attorney Sadowski had put it. And so part of the piece that I wanted to give you some context, there was actually a change in the civil engineer on the applicant side between the first mediated settlement and the second. And it was at that point in time, through the middle of that process, that Kinley Horn got involved, that those conversations with staff came about, and we were able to derive a plan that would work based on both parties, and that's why it came back with the second portion of it. So in part, there wasn't consensus in the first one, so it's hard to present something where we couldn't even, it wasn't a meeting of the minds. And so it wasn't until we got to that second point that there was actually something to present to the broader community in that regard.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions by the commission? And if not, do I have any consensus, any direction, any motion from any members here on the board? Commissioner Peters, a motion to approve? Second by Commissioner Long. So we have a motion and a second. Any other comments or questions? None? I'm going to vote in favor of it as well, and I think staff is. I think the mediated solution was a good one. I think there are properties in the area of similar size. The ones that are adjacent to it, the best that they could do in making it compatible was turning the properties in different directions to line up with the property lines. Even though the property sizes might be bigger, they tried to ameliorate the difference by putting them lined up. And I think they've done a good job. And one could argue whether it could be 6 lots or 7 lots, but I think the mediated number is a far better cry, even than it was. But it still had relevance before. But I think it's much better for the community now. So, with that said, I will. Yes, Commissioner Flowers.
Were you still interested, Mr. Chair, in having language put in if we needed to add that as it related to the on-street lighting, since that seemed to be a concern with how the lots lined up and how the back, I'm just asking.
Yeah, I was originally like, I don't want the street lights that light up, that you see on a common street that light up the whole neighborhood. The comment that Commissioner Long brought up was a shorter light,
the lanterns,
less incandescent lighting, and it might be something that doesn't light up the neighborhood. So I don't know how to quantify that. Jewel, did you have a?
The subject before you tonight, which is the land use change and the zoning change, cannot accommodate that specific of a condition. If we had a development agreement before us, we could do it that way, but this conditional overlay does not really allow us to get into those very site-specific issues like that.
Well, I wish you'd stopped me when I was asking those questions earlier.
I wasn't quite sure where you were going.
I wouldn't have continued with that dialogue.
And I will just share, I haven't been by this particular property, but it brings to mind when I'm traveling down Pinellas Point Drive in St. Petersburg. You have some really nice palatial homes, and the newer development that is coming in is building slimmer because they're getting the maximum they can out of lots. And so they're building slimmer homes that go back, not out. And so you will see a large palatial home, then you'll see smaller in between. And I've seen how that has worked, and it hasn't been, in my eyes, that much of a difference until you just really like stop and look. But I did take a drive down there just to kind of get an idea of how it will look. This is difficult for me because in St. Pete, I'd love for somebody to get a lot this size and build a couple of homes, that could be affordable. But I am going to support based on us serving as a quasi-judicial board at this time and based on the facts and finding of law, would have to support staff's recommendation.
Yep, Commissioner Seal.
And I just have a question, which is maybe a Jewel question. Because this is a conditional overlay, and now because Kimberly Horn has given us a kind of a site plan of layout with the lots laid the way they are, is that part of the motion or not?
It is not. The part that...
So there's no guarantees that they have to lay it out this way?
There are no guarantees. If you go to page 3 of your agenda memo, the conditions that are included within the conditional overlay are laid out there, and they relate to total number of lots, lot sizes, things of that nature.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
the only way we can do that
don't depend on what you see.
Yeah, so the only way you can define that really is through a development agreement, specifics, right?
correct if you wanted to hold them to
Yeah.
this site plan. I will note, there are 7 lots depicted on the site plan, and they are limited to 7 lots. And not going to profess to be an engineer. I'm sure they've checked some of the other dimensional requirements that are included in here. But again, 7 lots and some of the dimensional requirements that are set forth, they are limited to.
Yeah, Commissioner Peters.
I have an additional question. So since the magistrate stated in his findings that they work to address the issues of the public, now does what the magistrates say hold truth in how they do their development plan?
What's really going to hold true with, as far as them moving forward, is what you all approved tonight. So, and that's the conditional overlay and the land use change.
Yeah.
And I can't, maybe some of the planning staff could speak more to it. I don't know what really will come out in the site planning process. I know that you do often find that there are constraints on site that are going to limit you in ways that we can't necessarily contemplate at these hearings. I know that we heard at the first hearing some talk from one of the experts saying, well, you might be approving 11, but we could probably only realistically fit a certain other number. And those are through some of the site constraints, and I will let Blake speak more intelligently about those.
One of the efforts that we went through in between those mediation sessions was basically the preliminary analysis to make sure that what was being put forth in that mediation settlement was a viable lot layout. I don't want to use the term site plan because that implies more analysis that has not yet been done. But we did look at the lot configuration. We did look at lot sizes. We looked at context and compatibility. We made sure that it had at least enough land area for things like the stormwater ponds. We looked at the different roadway design criteria for the internal roadway as well as Winchester. So a lot of those bigger ticket items, those bigger issues that oftentimes can be deal breakers, were vetted through the preliminary analysis. Now, as you all are well aware, they would have to come through under both the county ordinance and state law. Anytime you're creating 3 or more lots, you have to go through the site plan and subdivision process. So they still have that to go through, and we will still have an opportunity to make sure that the items that you discussed are addressed in that form and fashion, but that won't happen until we get to that formal site plan process.
Yeah. And the way it's designed now, they're lined up pretty well, but the only way they might not be lined up is if they go from 7 to 6 lots, because they can't get that 7th lot on there. So that would be more in line with what the neighborhood want, even though the lines may not line up as well, but the lot sizes would be getting bigger probably, and that kind of thing. So
You're correct. So you may have, which side of the spectrum are you looking at? You have larger lot sizes, which may address some of the community concerns we have tonight, but they may not line up as, and so you may have one person. So we made our effort to try to listen to the community concerns, listen to the commission's concerns from the first time in April, and see if we could address as many of those as possible in the preliminary layout. And we'll certainly confirm that when we get to the formal site plan process.
okay. Thank you, Blake.
Certainly.
Okay, so any other questions before we call the vote? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so it passed 5-2. I want to make sure I got just 2 noes, right, and the rest were 5 yays. Okay, so the motion for this site plan, or the not site plan, for this proposed development, I always want to get into site plan stuff, and I'm always scolded. It passes 5-2. Okay, thank you all for attending tonight. All right, we're moving on to item 29. Kat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 29 is case number ZON-21-04. This is an application by First Clearwater LLC for a zoning change from Employment 1 to General Commercial and Services. This is also a quasi-judicial hearing, so all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. So for those who are wishing to speak, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying, I do. The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Just the will of the commission, do they want a presentation on this? If you do, please speak up. Or if I don't hear that, I have one applicant. The applicant himself is here in favor of it, obviously. If you want to speak, you can. Okay. So do I have a motion? So have no people speaking against? One person here for. Do I have a motion? Yeah. Motion to close the public hearing. Second. Over here?
Wait.
Do I have to do that? We just closed the public hearing. Motion by Commissioner Peters on approval. And who was the second? From Commissioner Long. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 30.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 30 is case number ZON-21-05. This is an application by Snug Harbor Lot 1 LLC for a zoning change from 1, 2, and 3 family residential to urban residential. This is another quasi-judicial public hearing, so all those individuals who plan to speak must be sworn in. So if you could please raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Wonderful. The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. One phone call in support has been received, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
And I have two applicants that are obviously in favor of this. I don't have any, wait a minute, I have one person undecided. So is there a need for a presentation by the board? The applicant, does the applicant have a presentation, or do they have any testimony that they want to give to the board? There is one person here that is George Golden, Jr., who is, it says undecided. Is he here still? George Golden. Nope, must have left. So I'll come back to the commission. Does the commission want to see a presentation on this item? Okay. And as I said, I have the two applicants here. And do the applicant, Mr. Golden, did you want to speak? We're not doing a public presentation, but you're welcome to come up and ask your questions or make your 3 minutes of comment.
Thank you, everyone.
State your name and address, please.
My name is George Michael Golden, Jr. I live at 3713 53rd Avenue North, St. Petersburg, Florida. And I am directly south of Parkview Animal Hospital. My only concern is Parkview Animal Hospital is a great neighbor.
Hold on 1 minute, please. I'm so sorry. Yeah, well, I had it down here for item 33. So what item was that? Sorry, Mr. What's that? Oh, good grief. You guys are not keeping me straight here. I know it's impossible. All right, I apologize.
That's okay.
We'll come back to you in a minute. I had all three here that were comments on item 33. So let's go back to item 30. I don't have any comments here on item 30. Well, I better check that again. This is 32 and 28. No. I have 33. So I have no comments on item 30. I apologize. Does the board want any presentations on item 30? No. Okay. Do I have a motion on item? Okay. Commissioner Flowers on the motion. Commissioner Long on the second on item 30. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 31.
Agenda item number 31 is a proposed ordinance amending the Pinellas County Comprehensive Plan. The ordinance provides for the enactment of a new property rights element in the plan, including a goal, 2 objectives, and policies to implement Florida House Bill 59 requirements. The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you. Again, no public comments here. Does the board want to see a presentation on item 31?
Only if Scott's just dying to do it.
I know this isn't Scott's first presentation, so Barry, did you have anything? Okay. No comment, excuse me, no questions and no request for presentation. Do I have a motion for approval? Commissioner Flowers on the motion, Commissioner Long on the second. Okay, what's that?
This is the first of 2 public hearings.
Hold a public hearing on the matter and to authorize the Housing and Community Development Department to transmit the ordinance to the state review agencies per statute.
Okay, so no.
It's a
vote.
transmittal hearing.
No, yeah. So you just need us to do any vote at all, or just
I mean,
to
a vote
transmit?
I would turn it to
I wouldn't see why.
You could take a vote to transmit it for
Okay.
review to the state.
All right.
Okay, so the motion to transmit. Thank you, Commissioner Flowers. Second from Commissioner Long. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you,
a good
David. All up, Commissioner Seal, hold on.
Scott, I just have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
So in your opinion, does this protect, it appears to me it almost protects the neighborhood.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
In my opinion, it protects the neighborhood in essence. It protects the private property owner, but to basically use his property as he's legally allowed to use.
I believe what this amendment does, what this new property rights element would do, is to just further enhance the protections that we already have in a comprehensive plan. Our comprehensive plan does take has a lot of considerable goals, objectives, and policies to protect property owners, as well as neighboring property owners, so property owners at large. And what this does is just reemphasizes that a little bit more strongly.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So again, I'll ask one more time, any need for presentation? Okay, so we had a motion to transmit and a second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item 32.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. On item number 31, I should have said it was the first of 2 public hearings. Agenda item number 32 is a quasi-judicial petition to vacate. This was submitted by Joseph M. Becker III and Julie M. Kermay to vacate a portion of the access, maintenance, utility, and drainage easement lying within Lot 39, Block 1, Bonnie Bay Country Club Estates. This is another quasi-judicial hearing, so all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. So for those wishing to speak, whether you're attending virtually or in person, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say, I do. The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. Letters of no objection have been received from the appropriate parties, and all interested parties have been notified as to the date of the public hearing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
And the applicant is online? Okay.
Yes, that is correct. She
Yeah.
is online.
Does the board need a presentation? No. Okay. Go ahead.
So since we're, God, my mind just went blank. Since you're recommending approval, does that mean there are no existing utilities or anything in that easement that we have to worry about?
Yes, the process that we go through right now is when the application is received, we send it out both to the utility providers as well as the Pinellas County departments, and there were no objections to that. One other point of note, the property immediately adjacent to the west has the same vacation that has also been previously approved, so for the drainage and stuff. So this would be consistent with that request.
Okay. Thank you. Does Julie Becker did she want to speak at all? She is the applicant.
She is online, so we are going to ask for her to unmute here. Ms. Becker, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. The board has not asked for a presentation, and so we're ready to make a decision. But did you want to speak? You're the applicant, so you have the right to speak to this motion.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Becker. Now, since no other questions, do I have a motion? Vice Chair Justice on the motion and Commissioner Peters on the second. Excuse me? No, next one. Next item, yeah. I messed that one up before, so. It's just, okay, so on item 32, we have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 33.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 33 is a legislative petition to vacate, legislative petition to vacate submitted by Parkview Animal Hospital Incorporated to vacate a portion of the 16-foot wide alley lying south of the south right-of-way of 54th Avenue North and lying east and adjacent to Lot 7, Block 2, which is the third section of Lilman Heights. The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. Letters of no objection were received from Spectrum, Frontier, WOW, Tico Electric, and Tico Gas. Duke Energy requested the removal or relocation of existing facilities or the granting of an easement specific to Duke Energy as a condition for its no objection. All interested parties have been notified as to the date of the public hearing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'll ask the board, is there an interest in seeing any kind of presentation from staff on this item? Or just be available for question? We have the applicant, Nanette, yes, Nanette, Clara, and Mickey Holzel. Did you all want to make any presentation or comments? Okay. And George Golden, we'll try again. Come on up if you want to make any. Come on up, introduce yourself and your address and.
Trying to.
Yeah.
Now, my name is George Michael Golden, Jr. I reside at 3713 53rd Avenue North, St. Pete, Florida. I'm directly south of Parkview Animal Hospital on the other side of the alley. And my only concern was I just wanted to make sure that I still have access through the alley to my garage, which is in the back of my property.
Okay.
Other than that, Parkview Animal Hospital and myself seem like the only two people that maintain that area anyways.
So that, yeah, I'm going to wait for Blake to come and answer that question. Blake? You're asking for an easement over that property.
And Mr. Chair, if I could intervene while Blake comes up, Blake was sharing with me that we feel this should have been listed on your agenda as a quasi-judicial hearing rather than legislative. So perhaps if we could just ask the clerk to quickly swear our witnesses that have spoken, including Mr. Golden, who could just confirm that everything he told us was true and accurate.
So if you could just raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you have given or are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, signify by saying I do.
I do.
So did you hear the question?
I believe the question was that wanted to make sure that there was still some ability to access through the alley to the existing property. As proposed, the alley is as it exists, the alley is currently a T configuration. There's an east-west portion and a north-south portion that extends up to 54th. The portion that's being requested for the vacation is the portion from the east-west portion to the north to 54th, which would allow for the two properties owned by the animal hospital to be conjoined. The easement that's requested is from Duke, as you heard in the reading of the item. And so my understanding from, and I'll let the applicants describe this, I believe they want to have full access back and forth across that property. So it would still have, you still have the ability to get in from the east-west portion or from the south, but the portion that's to the north would not be traversable. But I'll defer to the applicant.
Well, I'm looking at the drawing here, and it shows the red crosshatch, right?
Correct. So what you're seeing, and if maybe we can bring up the presentation I can show you on slide 5, and I can use this too. So this is the portion that's being proposed for the vacation shown in the red hatched area. On the next slide, what you'll see in the right side of the image there, you can see the alley that runs horizontally or left to right there, just below that kind of white text box with the green writing in it. And the portion that is in the purple on the top is the portion that's a request of the vacation. So there's still access via the east-west portion of the alley and the southern portion of the, and you can see, so here's the southern portion of that, and then the east-west portion. What's being proposed for vacation is the kind of the northern end of that T, so to speak. And so my understanding is that the request is that the animal hospital currently has the portion to the west of the alley. They also have this portion to the east. And so the request for the vacation is so that those would become contiguous properties, and they would have the ability to traverse back and forth across that.
So back to his question, where is your property?
My property is just south, right there.
That.
So I drive up to the southern portion of the alley, turn left, and then bang to my garage.
Right. So
It's in the far corner.
So yes, you would have still, this southern portion of the alley would still be fully traversable, as would this east-west. The actual vacation comes a little further north, so there is a stub out that will still be available. So yes,
You would still have access?
Okay.
Okay? Awesome. Great. That's kind of important to know.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, thank you. Anything else you wanted to add?
No, then I have no objections whatsoever.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Okay, so do we have a motion?
Move approval with the
So,
contingency on the 16-foot, the way they wrote it.
say, ask, put your speaker on there.
But I would just want to make sure that the motion, when Commissioner Long does it, that it is contingent upon the retention of the 16-foot wide public utility easement over the portion of the vacated area as per Duke Energy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was the motion. And did you do the second?
Do the second.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, so that brings us to the conclusion of the evening. Anything else for the good of the order? And thank you for bearing with me on a couple of the little mess-ups. Yes?
Just, we did get clarification on the St. Pete ballot item earlier that we were discussing. It is not a new item, it is a renewal of a current existing law.
Okay. All right. Attorney, thank you. All right, anything else? Yes, Commissioner Flowers.
Mr. Chair, in September, I brought forth at the end of a meeting information related to a health equity resolution that is being worked on and talked about from the Foundation for Healthy St. Pete and a couple of other people in the community. That same resolution went before the St. Petersburg City Council. It was passed unanimously. I am being asked to meet with the group to discuss that resolution. I did forward it to everyone, but I would love a conversation, maybe at a workshop in regards to whether or not we would be interested in not necessarily passing their resolution, of course, tailoring it to what may be appropriate. But and if you need me to share it again, I certainly will. But I just wanted, since it was in September, I just wanted to bring it up again.
That's fine. Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Do we, I don't know what our schedule looks like for November, is it 2nd workshop?
I really don't, I know December is packed. I'm trying to think through November, but Della can.
I'll take it through to next year. I mean, I can,
You know.
because I know we only have one.
We would need time to
Yeah.
review that and stuff. So let us look at that, and then I'll get back to Commissioner Flowers on that.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else? Okay, this meeting is adjourned.